Chapter 856. When the hot air balloon of the tour group was ready to take off, the radio station on Zhang Xiaobao's back started beeping. Wang Wan translated the content as fast as she could and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with surprise in her eyes. They're back. The people who went to North America are finally back. We can eat proper Sichuan-style hot pot in the future. We can also make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Xiaobei and the others. And my cigarettes, roasted sweet potatoes, and the first thing that came to Zhang Xiaobao's mind was to eat. Wang Wan nodded vigorously. She also knew the value of the things that the team brought back. They would add many kinds of dishes to the tables of the people of Tang, especially potatoes, which could be preserved for a long time, just like cabbage. Chili was not only delicious, but also had certain medicinal properties. Touching Xiaobei's head, Wang Wan said to her, "Xiaobei, it's almost time to eat popcorn. There are also pancakes made of corn flour. Eat salted fish. People who go out will have a variety of dry food." "What is corn? Is it more delicious than rice?" Xiaobei stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "It's corn. Anyway, there are many names. It can be cooked as snacks. Order, stop the trip and ask Xue Yun to send some seeds." Wang Wan didn't know how to explain it to Xiaobei. No matter how good it was not as direct as seeing the real thing, so she immediately issued the order. The people who had just returned to Jili State had a good sleep. According to the order, they packed a lot of strange seeds, tied them to Xue Yun's feet, and released them into the sky. While waiting, Zhang Xiaobao thought of Li Bai. Recently, Li Bai had written a lot of poems for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hoping to be appreciated by them and get a satisfactory position. But the result was not very good. This time, before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan set off, they arranged for him to be a 6th-rank official in Jili province. It was not a small position, but compared to his yearning for the capital, he still had many regrets. Now that Zhang Xiaobao knew that a new variety was coming, in order to preserve it well, he did not plan to let Li Bai continue to be in charge of the warehouse. He was afraid that Li Bai would one day drink too much and kill the newly obtained seeds. If that happened, he would have no one to cry to. When he found Li Bai, who was also packing his luggage, Zhang Xiaobao said to him directly, "Young Master Li, there are 2 official positions for you to choose from. One is to be the county magistrate in Jian. I'll give you a mission. You are to lead the people of Jian and to plant a new kind of thing in the greenhouse. This greenhouse is a glass greenhouse. It's no longer simple." Li Bai listened carefully. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao talking about something new, he was a little curious, but he did not want to stay. How could a county with only 100 people be called a county? Even if they grew smallpox, it would be useless. Then he asked, "What about the second one?" "The second one is to enter the capital and become an official. You first go to Jili province and get some seeds there. When you return to the capital, you take them directly to the Sinong temple and let people plant them. Your official position is also in the Sinong temple. Well, you can be a garden supervisor. What should we call it?" "Oh, let's call it Shirlai Garden. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of a new name and a new department, so he asked Li Bai. Li Bai did a little calculation and knew that the new official position was a 6th-rank official with some real power. He was also an official in the capital. He had not considered whether this official position was what he wanted, but he had a new understanding of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's abilities. From Zhang Xiaobao's words, he knew that the Sinong temple did not have a Shirlai garden yet. Zhang Xiaobao was going to make one. He looked so confident as if the Sinong temple would do whatever he said. He could give him a 6th-rank official as he said so. Feeling Zhang Xiaobao's power, Li Bai temporarily believed that Zhang Xiaobao could successfully give him a garden in the Sinong temple. But after thinking about it, he found that no matter what kind of garden it was, his official position was a little small and he still had to farm. He could not help but show an expression of embarrassment. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Bai was thinking when he saw his expression. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He gave him a 6th-rank official and he was not satisfied? He gave him this because of his reputation as an immortal poet. Which one do you think is more suitable, Child Li? Zhang Xiaobao asked patiently. Can I change to another place? Li Bai was not willing to study farming in his heart. Then you can go to the Ministry of Rights and be a secretary. That's also a 6th-rank official. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and gave him another official position. Li Bai lowered his head and thought for a while. The expression on his face was still the same as before. It seemed that the Ministry of Rights was not very good either. If the Ministry of Rights is not good enough, you can go to the Ministry of Revenue and be a manager. That's a 7th rank official. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking of new things now. He wanted to get rid of Li Bai as soon as possible. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money. It was a very important department. The manager could see the minister and it was convenient to contact him. It was a good place. But the rank was not good. Li Bai gritted his teeth and asked, "Can I be a doctor? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked rhetorically. He knew that Li Bai wanted to be the physician of the left and right departments of the ministries, a 5th-level official who could attend the morning court. This was purely a joke. It was not that it could not be arranged, but how could Li Bai want to jump directly to an important 5th-level official position? Li Bai also felt that his request was too much, but he was full of expectations. After thinking about it, he said, "Then I'd better be a governor." This time, Li Bai was thinking about how to enter the capital and find a way to meet the officials in the capital. After getting familiar with them, he would ask them to recommend him. If they did not agree, he would use Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion and slowly look for an opportunity. Zhang Xiaobao specialized in studying people's psychology. How could he not know what Li Bai was thinking? Li Bai's eyes moved. Zhang Xiaobao knew what he was thinking, but he did not expose him. He would let him try and see who would dare to interfere with the position he arranged. Not to mention the officials of each department. Even if the position was a little bigger, it would not work. Zhang Xiaobao even got the position of the head of the secretariat. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao laughed in his heart. He took Li Bai into the room, spread out the paper, ground the ink, and wrote on it, "Recommend Li Bai Li Tai Bai to be the Minister of Revenue. He will try for a year and wait for the examination next year. Zhang Xiaobao." A few simple words confirmed Li Bai's position. After the examination next year, the new position would be discussed. Li Bai thought that Zhang Xiaobao would praise him and write the reason for the recommendation. He did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao would write it so simply. Looking at the ink that had not yet dried, he asked worriedly, "Is this correct?" "Correct." Zhang Xiaobao put down the pen, picked up his seal, and stamped it. This seal was also made by him. It had long become a habit. Li Longji was very stingy. He only cared about the appointment of officials. As for the other things such as the clothes, the seal, and so on, he was not responsible for them. Who will I show this to when I arrive in the capital? No matter how Li Bai looked at it, he did not think that this letter could achieve his goal. It was written too simply. Zhang Xiaobao put down the pen and blew on the ink. "You can show it to anyone. As long as you enter the capital, take it out. Anyone who sees it will take you to see the person who arranged your position. The Ministry of Personnel is in charge of officials. If you want to go to the Ministry of Revenue, it will not be a problem. Or you can directly let His Majesty see it and arrange it for you. Go. Don't forget to help me bring some seeds when you pass by Jili province. I will write a letter to the Agriculture Temple and ask them to set up a special garden. Oh, when you arrive in the capital, you can ask about Wang Wei. He is also good at writing poems." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao casually folded the new letter and stuffed it into Li Bai's hand. That was it. Li Bai held the letter in his hand and watched Zhang Xiaobao go out. His face was blank. He always felt that Zhang Xiaobao had agreed too easily. He said that he would be an official in the capital, and he came too quickly. Logically speaking, if he wanted to be an official in the capital, he should not be like this. He looked at the letter in his hand again. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had to treat a dead horse as a live one. Whether it worked or not, he would give it a try after he arrived in the capital. He lowered his head and walked out with infinite sadness. When he looked up, he happened to see Zhang Xiaohai squatting there and riding on the snow. Li Bai found that Xiaohai was silent for a long time in the days they spent together. Compared to his sister Xiaobei, Xiaohai was much more silent. Li Bai curiously went over to see what Xiaohai was writing. When he saw what Xiaohai was writing, Li Bai was confused again. He could not understand it all because Xiaohai wrote, "Let the side length be x, the area be y, 2y equals z. What nonsense is this? What nonsense is this?" Xiaohai did not notice Li Bai's arrival at all. He was still meditating and calculating. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they would definitely shout that Li Bai was a genius. Unfortunately, Li Bai was not. I have to ask my sister how to eliminate Yuan. Xiao Hai calculated for a while and found that he could not calculate. He frowned and muttered. What are you writing? Li Bai asked puzzledly. You won't understand even if I tell you. Did my brother arrange an official position for you? Xiao Hai was very surprised and said a few more words. Li Bai nodded. Then do a good job. Don't think that the position is small. I heard from my brother and sister that my father studied hard for more than 10 years and was the top scorer in the exam. In the end, he was just a small 7th grade official. If you dare to smear my brother's name, I will ask my sister to impeach you. Today, Little Hai spoke a lot, especially to outsiders. Li Bai was obviously in a bad mood. He was threatened by a child. What did he mean? Did he look down on him? Li Bai did not answer and turned to leave. He was really afraid that the 9 children would jointly impeach him. It was not a joke. There had been a precedent, so it was very accurate. Li Bai left with expectation in his heart. Under the protection of the 4 people, he went to the seaside to take a boat. When the time came, he would transfer to Jili province and take the seeds to the capital. Xueqi also came, but she did not come alone. She also brought a companion, a big red eagle. One white and one red, flying in the sky was very conspicuous. It was named Hong Luan. It was considered a fairy bird. In Zhang Ying's eyes, only a fairy bird was worthy of Xueqi. The 2 eagles brought a package of things. Judging from the marks, they should have stopped to rest on the way. The smell of chili oil and sesame oil mixed together. Before eating, he already felt that it was fragrant. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for the spiciness. Then, he carefully picked up a stick of tofu skins and put it into his mouth. In less than 2 seconds, Xiao Bei's eyes suddenly widened and his hands stopped moving. After another 2 seconds, Xiao Bei took off the stick and chewed it vigorously. There was obvious sweat on his forehead. Even so, his mouth did not stop moving. When he swallowed the stick, he opened his mouth and exhaled. He said in a muffled voice, "It's so spicy. I want that soup. Give me some of the soup. It's so comfortable. It's so warm." You still want to drink soup when it's spicy? Xiao Yuan had not eaten all this time. He was obviously frightened by Xiao Bei's reaction. What do you know? I want to eat it more and more. If you don't cooperate with me in the future, I'll pour chili water on you and let you know what's good for you. Xiao Bei suddenly thought of a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He looked at Wang Wan and said, "It seems that our Xiao Bei is really talented. He knows how to pour chili water. I haven't tried pouring this thing into my nose to see what it feels like." "It can treat colds," Wang Wan said. Xiao Yuan watched Xiao Bei slurp and eat at the same time. He finally could not help but try it. In the end, he became like Xiao Bei. The more spicy it was, the more he wanted to eat it. The others also came to taste it, including the people in the county. All of them felt that this thing was magical. Seeing that they were almost done eating, Zhang Xiaobao stopped his brother and sister and gave each of them a big bowl of mung bean porridge. He was afraid that the spiciness would affect their digestive systems. "It's a pity that we don't have green pepper seeds," Zhang Xiaobao said regretfully. "That was cultivated later. When grafted with tomatoes, it will produce persimmon peppers. When more tomatoes grow, they can be made into ketchup. There will be one more fish in tomato sauce in the can. Pack up and prepare to set off." Seeing that the thing she was looking forward to had arrived, Wang Wan's thoughts returned to the Turks. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Roast an ear of corn for them to try. The fleet brought back a lot. Next year, we'll release it in our restaurant first and see the effect. Is there a need to see? As long as it's not popularized, new things will definitely become luxury goods. Smoking is harmful to health. You're not allowed to smoke too much even if you have cigarettes." Wang Wan seemed to be very disgusted by other people smoking. "I'm planning to make cigars, not cigarettes or fertilizer." "Oh, there's no such good fertilizer now. I've decided. In order to help the people of Xinlua become rich, not only will I put all kinds of smelting plants in Xinlua, but I'll also plant cigarettes in their fertile land. Before they're dried, they'll look like cabbages. They'll look green and pleasing. Zhang Xiaobao's expression became one of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It was so sacred that no one could violate it. After Xiaobei and the others tasted the corn and decided to eat corn all day next year, the tour group finally slowly rose into the sky and headed to a distant place for sightseeing. Before Li Bai arrived at Jili Province had already sent a fast ship to Dengzhou. Large bags of things were sent by Dengzhou on fast horses to the capital. The speed was only slightly slower than the speed of the 800 Li urgent report. As Zhang Xiaobao's tour group continued to float in the sky, bags of goods were sent to Savant's restaurant. The chefs in Savant's restaurant began to make food according to the method written in the letter that came with the packages. There were actually only two kinds of food that could be made: chili peppers and corn. Some corn was still a little green, and some had already turned golden. It was probably not easy to preserve them. After the morning court session ended the next day, when Li Longji was preparing to have lunch, the people from Savant's restaurant arrived outside the palace. After a series of checks, the food boxes finally appeared on the dining table in front of Li Longji. Li Longji's meals had long changed. There was no need for so many things to look at. More than 10 dishes per meal was already extravagant enough in his opinion. He would only show the proper extravagance when he ate with the envoys from Japan, Xian Luo, and other countries. Today, the imperial kitchen had yet to serve the food. When Li Longji heard that there was food coming from Savant's restaurant, he immediately ordered the imperial kitchen to stop cooking and ordered someone to open the food boxes. He saw that there were many small yellow steamed buns inside. They looked quite pleasing to the eye and smelled a special fragrance. He did not know what it was. When the other food box was opened, there was a charcoal fire heating it. There were many pieces of cooked meat, bean sprouts, and other supplementary ingredients. When he smelled it again, he almost cried. This is? For the first time, Li Longji felt that he was ignorant and inexperienced. He had never seen such things before. According to the procedure, he first used a silver needle to test if there was any commonly used poison, such as arsenic. He then let the little eunuch taste it again. When the golden steamed bun was about to turn cold, the little eunuch was still alive and well. Only then did Gao Lishur pick up a steamed bun, pinch it into small pieces, and put it into his mouth to chew. Your Majesty, it's delicious. This subject has never eaten anything with such taste. As he spoke, Gao Lishur went to eat the boiled meat slices again. After sticking out his tongue because of the spiciness, he continued to nod at Li Longji. Li Longji couldn't wait any longer. He was already used to the food sent by Savant's restaurant and Joy House. Similarly, every time he watched others go through the procedures, he would think of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If the two of them personally came to cook for him, he wouldn't have to wait for the food to turn cold before he could eat it. Seeing Gao Lishur nod, Li Longji couldn't wait to pick up a steamed bun. He didn't care about the dignity that an emperor should have and opened his mouth to take a big bite. When the golden steamed bun entered his mouth, he immediately felt a chewy feeling, followed by a unique fragrance. When he picked up another piece of meat, the spicy taste instantly filled his mouth. He quickly took another bite of the steamed bun and exhaled. He squinted his eyes and praised, "It's delicious. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are so considerate. Does Lishur know what this is?" Gao Lishur shook his head. "This subject doesn't know. I'll write a letter to ask." Go quickly." Li Longji seemed to be very anxious. Gao Lishur put down his chopsticks and went to write the letter. During this time, Li Longji had already opened his mouth and started to eat vigorously. When Gao Lishur finished writing the letter and sent it back to Jili province with a pigeon, he saw that there were only a few bean sprouts and vegetable leaves left in the big bowl with the boiled meat slices. There were only 3 small steamed buns left. The emperor was sitting upright with his stomach puffed out. His head was tilted backwards. Looking at the rise and fall of his chest, it was obvious that he was gasping for air. "Luo Bin, quickly go to the medicinal kitchen and get the Dashan Cha pill." "Your Majesty, you are..." Sigh. Gao Lishur looked very helpless. Li Longji touched his stomach with his hand. "Lishur, I didn't eat them all. I left some for you." Chapter 857. As a rare grain, Li Longji was only lucky enough to taste one meal before he sent someone to the savant's restaurant to ask about it. He was told that he could only eat one meal every 3 days, and this was because of his special status. Li Longji could only put the matter of the cornbread aside for the time being, and look forward to the arrival of every 3 days. He once again devoted his energy to various aspects of Great Tang. According to Wang Wan, the current Li Longji should be in a situation where he rejoiced in grandiose achievements. A bucket of millet only cost a few copper coins, and under the fawning of many officials, Great Tang was flourishing. But now, Li Longji had no intention of relaxing. The Zhang family and the Wang family worked together with other merchants to open businesses all over Great Tang. Even the most remote places did not lack this kind of business cooperation. In addition to doing business, these shops were also in charge of collecting information, such as the living conditions of the people in a certain place and the bad evaluation of the officials in that place. These information were then sent to the capital to let Li Longji understand that his country was still far from his ideal. Zhang Xiaobao even took the opportunity to deceive Li Longji, telling him how wealthy that place was. In the winter, every family had fruits, and all they wanted to eat was vegetables. They were already sick of meat. Every family had a type of carriage that was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than a carriage. It only took 2 days to travel from the capital to Luzhou. Moreover, everyone had a very small radio that they could carry in their pocket at any time. They could take it out at any time to greet their family in Tubo at the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor. In terms of medical treatment, the Virtuous Academy could not compare. When hunting in the mountains, one's ears would not be eaten by wolves. It was fine. As long as one hid and did not let the wolves bite off one's head, one could use the small radio to inform a specialized department. There would be something that was hundreds of times faster than gliders flying over to save the person. Then, just like farming, one could grow another ear and install it. If there were no telegrams and steam engines, Li Longji would definitely not believe it. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. Hence, after making a comparison, Li Longji felt that the people of Great Tang did not have a good life. At the very least, he did not have a good life. He could not compare to the ordinary people of that place. Even if he lost an ear, he could not grow another one. This was the difference. Looking at the intelligence reports on the various regions of the Great Tang, he found that there were many places where the people could not eat white flour and rice, and could only eat millet, let alone meat and eggs. Even in winter, one could not expect to see fresh cucumbers. We still have to work hard. Li Longji closed the document about Hudong Dao, picked up a small metal box on the desk, and dripped 2 drops of eye drops mixed with ice shards into it, and said to himself. Gao Li-Shi, who was not far away, made a gesture to the young eunuch. After a while, the young eunuch came back with a tray. On the tray was a bowl with something inside. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Drink some beef radish soup and rest early, Gao Li-Shi said as he placed the bowl in front of Li Longji. Li Longji raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the light above his head. He then glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands were pointing to 11 o'clock. He nodded. It's already midnight? Time really flies. Never mind. Help me take a look at this small matter. I think it's better to find 2 more reliable people. Picking up the radish from the bowl, Li Longji stared at it. Radishes in winter are also small ginseng. I heard that Xiaobao is planting ginseng in Jili State. How is it going? They planted it last year. They said that they will plant it for 5 years. By then, there will be more ginseng in the hospital. They also planted a lot of other herbs. Your Majesty, don't worry. They even planted pearls, not to mention ginseng. Oh, Xiaobao sent a letter saying that Your Majesty had cornbread yesterday. While Gao Li-Shi was speaking, he took out a small toy from his sleeve. It was a funnel. He also took out some leaves that came with the cornbread and stuffed them into the funnel. He lit a match and took 2 deep breaths. He seemed to be much more spirited. Li Longji chewed the beef tendon that was deliberately put into the bowl and asked in a muffled voice. What's the matter with the cornbread? They said that in a few years' time, they can use corn to feed livestock, especially cows. They want me to help choose a cow with more meat to be specially raised for meat in the future and save on other grains. It's also good for cows. Before the corn matures, they can chop the corn cob and the stalk together. I'm wondering if there should be a special area in every prefecture in Tang to be used to raise cows. Part of it is used for farming, part of it is used for meat, and part of it is used for milk production. Gao Li-Shi looked at the bowl on the table and replied. Li Longji suddenly understood. I understand now. I thought that corn was really precious. I didn't expect that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had people bring it back from elsewhere to be used as fodder. I heard from Xiao Bao that the people in that place, regardless of whether they are adults or children, can drink fresh milk every day. Many children in Tang can only drink soy milk. I don't believe that if others can do it, so can I. Gao Lishur nodded vigorously, expressing his support and trust. Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that he was going on a trip. He even left in a hot air balloon. Are there any changes in Xinlua? Li Longji was not sure where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to travel. He was afraid that it would delay the deployment of Xinlua. I've heard the news. Xiaobao ordered his family's business to transport all kinds of good goods to the border between Xinlua and Tang Dynasty, such as the clock hanging on the wall, pearl jewelry, cosmetics, beautiful clothes, and complete sets of glass products. He wants to do a big deal with Xinlua. What kind of deal? In exchange for charcoal, the price is very high. The price of charcoal of the same quality is 1.5 times that of Tang Dynasty. There is also the matter of opening a smelting plant in Xinlua. As Gao Lishur spoke, he wanted to point at the charcoal brazier to signal the emperor, but he suddenly stopped. There was no charcoal brazier here. They used heating, the kind that coiled around the ground. Li Longji also knew what Gao Lishur was thinking just now. He smiled in satisfaction. Technology must be developed. Otherwise, I would still be using candles to roast charcoal. It seems that Xiao Bao has gone to cheat people again. Take some time to ask if there are any new weapons in the weapons research department. Let me be happy, even if it's in the experimental stage. Yes, I'll contact him later. I thought of another thing that might make your majesty happy. Cuckoo said in a letter to her family that this year, Xiao Bao spent a lot of money to build a place to cultivate kunbu in Jiali province. Xiao Bao called it kelp, which means that if nothing goes wrong this year, there will be a lot of kelp production. When the time comes, I'll let the people in Dengzhou learn to cultivate it. After the kelp is dried, it will be sent to all parts of Tang Dynasty and sold to the people at a low price. It can prevent the big neck disease. The two of them originally planned to extract something from the kunbu and put it in salt so that the people can eat salt. However, due to the lack of technology, they can only postpone it indefinitely. Gao Lishur did not know the extent of the weapons research, so he thought of something else to tell the emperor to make him happy. However, Li Longji did not look happy at all. That's right, we can't keep up with the technology. For Xiaobao and Huan to be able to think of this, it's probably because their master told them. That means that the technology of the other side has already reached that level. We're still far from it. We have to catch up. At the very least, we have to wait for the other side to have the strength to defend against them in case they attack. Li Longji clenched his fists and ate the food in the bowl as fast as he could. He followed Gao Lishur's instructions to wash up and get ready to sleep. Lu Zhou, in the forest northwest of the matchwood factory, a group of people was busy. Some were in charge of recording, and some were operating. When everything was ready, a loud noise rang out. The people involved in the experiment smiled. It's done. Send the report to the young master and young miss. The picric acid is successfully developed. The trinitrotoluene is in the process of development. The new cannon is tested. The maximum range is 6 kilometers. The extraction of gasoline and diesel failed. We're working on a new method. The person who spoke was the craftsman who won the first place in the competition in the capital, Zhang Tianyu. After he was selected, he studied with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for a while. He was the first to read Wang Wan's books. After that, he was sent to Lu Zhou to be in charge of the scientific and technological research. When the people in charge of the research of the new gunpowder heard his words, they subconsciously puffed out their chests. Although they had lost their freedom from the moment they joined the research team, their family's standard of living was not comparable to ordinary people. If it were not for Jiaru's research team, they might still be ordinary craftsmen who spent the rest of their lives in some county. Now they could at least wander around Lu Zhou, and they were escorted by many people. The ticking sound of telegrams rang out, all the way to Jiali province. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not receive the news for the time being. At this time, Lu Zhou did not stop working at the sea with the arrival of winter. The number of ships coming in and out every day was still the same. Before Xinyuan Island was fully occupied and explored, the profit-seeking merchants began to move further away. For example, there was a group of small islands beside Xinyuan Island,
as well as an island that was not smaller than Xinyuan Island that was connected to Xinyuan Island on the other side.
Ordinary merchants would go there to scout for resources and find a way to get them on board. Then they would bring them back to Luzhou, pay a part of the taxes, and wait to make a fortune. Sun Miao was also the captain of a fleet in Jiangnan. His family was quite well-to-do, and he was a high scholar. Unfortunately, he had failed several imperial examinations in a row. After the new year, he gave up on the idea of continuing to work in the capital and was ready to find another way to develop. When he was on Newgate Island, he participated in the first advance party formed by merchants and made a lot of money. He also met the owner of another merchant and was attracted to the owner's daughter. After a few contacts, they gradually became close. In the end, he secretly married her and made her his co-wife. He had 2 wives and 3 concubines at home, and his son and daughter were running around everywhere. His older son and daughter had already gone to school and were doing well in their studies. Logically speaking, he should be content with what he had. However, his neighbor's 22-year-old son came to the capital this spring to take the imperial examinations and stayed in the capital to become an official. Chapter 858. The cries gradually faded away. Sun Miao leaned against a tree with lingering fear. He turned his head to look at Shan Tusher, who was also in a sorry state, and asked, "Can you escape?" Because of the long sunlight and the high temperature, Shan Tusher appeared very dark and was much shorter than Sun Miao. He blinked his large eyes and said to Sun Miao, "I don't know. I wasn't prepared. They suddenly attacked." Sun Miao didn't have time to be surprised by Shan Tusher's ability to learn languages. He hesitantly reached into his clothes and asked, "Why were you chased?" They were afraid that in the future, the good things of the Tang Empire will only be exchanged with my territory. If they kill me, it won't happen. At least that's what they think. Don't worry, the 2 followers you brought will be fine. They are protected by my people. The one they want to kill is me. Shan Tusher looked around and saw that there were a few of his subordinates hiding not far from the 2 of them and keeping watch. Only then did he feel slightly relieved and comforted Sun Miao. Sun Miao also looked around and found that there were too few of Shan Tusher's people. There were less than 100 people altogether. The 2 tribes had rushed over while howling. There were at least 300 people. 3 against 1. With the same living habits and the same familiarity with the terrain, it was too difficult to win. Shan Tusher saw that the person who could make him pay a visit to the emperor of the Tang Empire didn't say anything and was a little depressed. "The gift I planned to give your emperor is gone. This place is still very far from the coast. If there is no other way, I will protect you and then you can find someone to fight back and avenge me. As long as my people are still alive and you are still willing to trade with them, I will be very happy. Don't let the people from the other 2 tribes find you." Sun Miao curled his lips. "They are dreaming. Stopping you from coming to the Tang Empire is a provocation to the Tang Empire. I will destroy them. It is less than 10 li from the coast. Not far." As he spoke, Sun Miao took out a cylindrical object from his bosom. Shan Tusher really didn't know how strong the Tang Empire was. He had tried hard to imagine that the Tang Emperor's subordinates could be more than his and the surrounding tribes combined. However, he didn't think that he would be able to gain an advantage. Besides, the Tang Empire was so far away that not many people could come. At this moment, seeing the thing that Sun Miao took out, he curiously moved his face closer. "This thing can kill people? This thing can find people." Sun Miao took out another box of matches and looked up at the sky, searching for a place where the leaves were sparse. "Who are you?" "Naturally, it's to protect the lives of the great Tang's merchants. Didn't I pay such a high tax precisely for this day?" Just as he finished speaking, Sun Miao struck the match in his hand and dug the bottom of the cylindrical object into the ground. He carefully ignited the twists on the top and pulled up the rocks to hide behind him. His heart was beating like a drum. Although the Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce had indicated on the map that there were rescuers on the new island, they did not provide the exact number of rescuers, nor did they mention the equipment of these rescuers. If the signal was sent out and the rescuers were still foolishly armed with ordinary knives and arrows, not only would they not be able to escape, but they would also bring harm to Luzhou's elite Hurricane Battalion. "I hope they are armed with pistols." While Sun Miao was lost in his thoughts, the signal fireworks exploded in the sky with a loud bang. The loud noise startled Shan Tusher and his men. They lay on the ground and did not dare to move. After a while, Shan Tusher raised his head and asked in surprise. Are there any more powerful weapons? I'm sure they won't be weak. Sun Miao shook his head and stood up, looking around vigilantly. The noise just now was not small, and the fireworks were high enough. He was afraid that the people from the two tribes would discover their location and rush over. Yeah, I don't think so. Things that can make such a loud noise are very rare. Shan Tusher helped Sun Miao to figure out the problem. After a few breaths of regret, he also remembered what Sun Miao was worried about just now. He shouted a few words to his men that Sun Miao did not understand. The surrounding people who were protecting them gathered around and bent their backs, ready to fight at any time. Sure enough, it did not take long before the people from the two tribes who were lured away by Sun Miao and his men arrived. After a few of them were shot by Shan Tusher's men with simple bows and arrows, they cried out in pain. Let's go, they are coming. Shan Tusher grabbed Sun Miao's arm and ran in another direction. Sun Miao looked hesitant. He wanted to run, but he was worried that the people from the hurricane camp would not be able to find him. If he did not run, he was afraid that they would find his corpse. Being pulled by Shan Tusher, the team moved towards the seaside. Gradually, more and more howling sounds came from the surroundings. It seemed that the people from the two tribes were gathering and surrounding this place. Seeing this situation, Shan Tusher said to Sun Miao in a very loyal manner, You run, I will take people to stop them. Remember to take revenge for me. Oh no, how come there is another group of people from the Hulu tribe? They have allied with another tribe. As soon as Shan Tusher finished speaking, Sun Miao saw that the people chasing after him were more energetic than the ones before. Perhaps it was because they were more energetic. The people who were in charge of stopping the people behind him screamed from time to time. Sun Miao saw with his own eyes that a person who was less than 5 feet away from him was shot in the neck by a wooden arrow. The person who did not die immediately covered the place where he was shot with both hands and made a sound in his throat. With a swoosh, an arrow flew past Sun Miao's face. He could feel the wind as the arrow flew past him and pierced into Shan Tusher's thigh. Run! Take revenge for me! The injured Shan Tusher seemed to know that he was going to die, so he could not keep running. He stared at Sun Miao and shouted. The screams of countless people were still echoing in Sun Miao's ears. Sun Miao trembled from head to toe. He did not know whether it was because of fear or excitement. He looked around blankly. Suddenly, he realized that everything around him had slowed down. He did not know where he got the strength, but he lowered his body, picked up Shan Tusher, and started running. As he ran, he cut his calf on the stubble of a plant. A cut immediately appeared on his skin, but he did not feel any pain. He only felt a chill and an itch there. The people in charge of protecting him finally made contact with the enemies. All kinds of shouts entered Sun Miao's ears. He had no time to distinguish which side was making the shouts. Shan Tusher, who was being carried by Sun Miao, saw the people of the Hulu tribe gradually approaching from behind. A look of despair appeared on his face. The person closest to him was less than 5 steps away. He had already raised the big stick in his hand and was about to smash Sun Miao in the next moment. Thud! A sound suddenly rang out from nowhere. Shan Tusher could only watch as a hole suddenly appeared in the head of the person chasing after him. His head was tilted back, but his body was still moving forward. With a thump, he landed right in front of Shan Tusher. The club in his hand flew out diagonally, and he could no longer hit his own head. Shan Tusher had no idea what was going on. While he was still in a daze, he found himself being thrown to the ground by Aeon. The pain made him shiver. He turned his head to look at Aeon. Just as he was about to ask if Aeon had run out of strength, he heard the same noise he had heard earlier. Thud, 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 thud. Hearing this sound, Sun Miao chuckled and gasped for breath. He lay there and looked up at the sky. Oh my God, they're finally here. Tusher, we can live. Who's here? Shan Tusher sat up and found a strange scene in front of him. The people of the Hulu tribe were falling one after another. He did not know who killed them, and he did not know what weapon was so powerful. However, he could guess that it had something to do with Sun Miao. Sun Miao sat up as well. He squeezed the wound on his calf with his hand and snorted. Naturally, it's the Great Tang's Hurricane Battalion. How dare they attack the people of Great Tang? Let's see how many people they have to kill. Hurricane Battalion? Where else? Wherever the sound comes from. I didn't pay my taxes in vain. As long as it's a place marked on Lu Zhou's map and is protected by military forces, rescue will arrive in half an hour at most. Sun Miao, who knew he was safe, said with satisfaction. At the same time, he felt a sense of fatigue. Shan Tushar looked left and right, searching according to the sounds. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, "I see it! I see it! On the trees 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 people. 4. Sun Miao only has 4 people." Sun Miao was taken aback. He looked up and found that there were 4 people shooting on 4 trees. The little hope that had just risen in his heart was extinguished again. How many bullets could 4 people carry? There were at least 500 people in the 3 tribes. What should he do when he ran out of bullets? Before he could figure it out, the howling around him gradually faded away. Judging from the sounds, it seemed that they were retreating. After waiting for a while, he heard no more sounds. Sun Miao struggled to his feet, cupped his fist at the 4 people who had just climbed down from the trees, and said, "Thank you. I'm Sun Miao, the independent merchant of Lu Zhou's ocean. I'll reward you handsomely when I get back. Gentlemen, what should we do now?" 2nd Battalion, 3rd Platoon, 1st Squad, 2nd Squad, 2nd Squad, retreat with us to the seaside. A man with a big bag on his back stepped forward and saluted Sun Miao. His voice was short and strong, giving people a sense of security. All right, sorry to trouble you. Tushar, can you still walk? Hurry up, don't be surrounded again. Otherwise, we'll be finished." Sun Miao didn't have much time to exchange pleasantries. He pulled Shan Tushar, and under the protection of 4 people, they tried their best to evacuate towards the seaside. Shan Tushar called out to his frightened subordinates. Those who could still move carried the wounded and followed along. Among the 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion, one was leading the way quickly, while the other was guarding the enemies on both sides. Gunshots kept ringing out.
Shan Tushar's eyes were fixed on the man beside him, who should be the leader of the 4 people.
To be exact, his eyes were fixed on that pipe. Although he didn't know what that pipe was called, he knew that it was a very powerful weapon. He was very envious. If each person in his tribe had one, then it seemed that the Emperor of Tang was indeed awe-inspiring. As the enemies in front and on both sides died one after another, the people of the 3 tribes began to give up on the 3 sides and gathered behind Sun Miao, trying to find a suitable opportunity to kill these people. When they passed by a small hill, the leader of the Hurricane Battalion took down the bag on his back, put it on the ground, and began to move it, making beep 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 sounds. Shan Tushar was anxious and confused. He didn't understand why they didn't leave at the crucial moment. It was also the first time Sun Miao saw this strange thing. After the beep sound stopped, he asked, "A new weapon?" "No, I'm calling for artillery support." The leader carried the thing again and began to move forward. At this time, on the sea 1 kilometer away from the newly discovered island, 4 ships floating there received the signal at the same time. "Command, everyone get ready. Attack the area between the east and the south of the 434 high ground on the 2nd island." After receiving the signal, the captain of the flagship issued the attack order. The 4 ships immediately adjusted their position. The moment the position was confirmed, along with the command to fire, the rumbling sound also followed. In the team that was still moving in the forest, Shan Tushar and the others didn't understand what was called for artillery support, but Sun Miao understood. His eyes widened as he nervously asked, "Artillery support? Artillery ship? Won't it hit us?" "If you aim accurately, you won't be able to hit us. Hurry up." The leader of the Hurricane Battalion answered straightforwardly. "Tushar, hurry up and run. Tell your people to follow. That thing doesn't have eyes." Sun Miao didn't have the mood to complain about why they needed to fire artillery. He urged Shan Tushar and walked faster while holding one of his arms. Shan Tushar, who still didn't know what was going on, could only mechanically follow Sun Miao's words. The less than 20 people under him gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Before Shan Tushi could ponder for a long time, a whooshing sound came from the sky. Before he could raise his head to look, he heard a rumbling sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that there were clouds of smoke and flames about 400 steps behind him. The trees flew into the sky, and the soil also danced in the sky. There was also something that looked like a human body flying up. What is this? Shan Tusher asked Sun Miao. Sun Miao couldn't hear what he was shouting at, but he guessed from the shape of Shan Tusher's mouth. He put his mouth close to Shan Tusher's ear and shouted, "This is artillery support. If it falls on us, we will all die." Ah! Where did it hit? I didn't see it. Shan Tusher also shouted, "On the sea. Hurry up and don't stop. You can't know where it will land." Sun Miao shouted at the top of his voice and then stopped talking. He started to jog with Shan Tusher. Shan Tusher's ears were buzzing, but he also stopped talking. He limped along with Sun Miao. His face was pale, and the shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Now he had a new understanding of the Tang Empire. He didn't know what artillery support was, but he knew that it could hit here from very far away. And it was so powerful that even the trees were blown into the sky. He really had to see the emperor of the Tang Empire. He was too powerful. How could he have such a weapon? If each of his tribesmen had one. Sun Miao did not know how childish Shan Tusher's thoughts were. At this moment, his heart was filled with pride. This was his Tang Empire, and they were providing artillery support for a merchant like him. Based on the noise and the flying dust, he could guess that this must be the attack method of Lu Zhou's artillery battalion called saturation attack. The money spent on this artillery attack was probably equivalent to half of his family's wealth. The tax he paid was really insignificant. It was just like the promise Lu Zhou had written in the Chamber of Commerce. For the safety of the Tang Empire, we will do our best. After about 100 breaths of time, the sound that had been incessant just now suddenly stopped. Shan Tusher was finally released from some kind of pressure. Gasping for breath, he looked back and could no longer see the figure that had been tailing him. After advancing for about 2 miles, they were closer to the seaside. Then, everyone's ears gradually recovered. Shan Tusher looked at Sun Miao respectfully. He shouted, "Sun Miao, are you very noble in the Tang Empire? You are only slightly inferior to the emperor of the Tang Empire?" Sun Miao was first startled by Shan Tusher's habitual shout, then he was frightened by the words that came out of Shan Tusher's mouth. He looked nervously at the 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion. When he saw no reaction from them, he shook his head vigorously. "I'm nothing in the Tang Empire. I dare not be compared with His Majesty." Then, without waiting for Shan Tusher to ask any more questions, he added, "That bombardment just now could have bought several hundred of the goods I brought over. They saved me only because I'm a Tang citizen." Shan Tusher clearly couldn't understand why the great Tang would spend so much money on a single person. He was well aware that the goods Sun Miao had brought over would require his tribe to work for several years to get their hands on them. How much money would several hundred of them cost? "Sun Miao, is it because there are not many people in the Tang Empire?" This was the only reason Shan Tusher could think of. "More than all the trees around your tribe put together." Sun Miao shouted, "Is it worth it to spend so much money for you? You won't understand even if I tell you. This is not for me, but for the dignity of all Tang people. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter one of your villages. Oh, I mean one of your tribes. We won't stop until one of us is dead. That's why no one dares to offend the Tang Empire." Sun Miao shouted at Shan Tusher heroically. Shan Tusher thought carefully and nodded. "Well, the Tang Empire is really good. You have to work hard for the Tang Empire." "Of course. If the Tang Empire doesn't have money for war, I'm willing to donate all my property. You'll know how big the Tang Empire is when we meet Lu Zhou," Sun Miao said matter-of-factly. The people of the Hurricane Battalion did not care about what Sun Miao said. The 3 people who had split up earlier went to scout again. After a while, they came back and nodded at the squad leader. The squad leader looked at another mountain in front of him, took the bag to the front again, and pressed the button. "Do they still need artillery support?" Sun Miao asked when the sound stopped. "No, they haven't given up yet. Many people have gathered and surrounded us. Let's go to the mountain in front to block them first. The artillery in the sea can't fire anymore. Otherwise, it will hit us easily." The squad leader put away the bag and answered. Sun Miao looked at the squad leader blankly. "Then you. I'm calling for air support." The squad leader still had the same calm expression. Sun Miao nodded and said nothing. He knew that for him, the Tang Empire had basically taken out all the advanced weapons. Tusher had no time to wonder why the beeping sound could mobilize the weapons from so far away. He turned his head and asked Sun Miao, "What kind of support is air support?" "It's people flying over from the sky. You'll know when the time comes. Hurry, go to the mountain and hold on until they arrive." Sun Miao looked around vigilantly but did not see anyone.
However, he believed that the people of the Hurricane Battalion would not lie to him. They ran to the small mountain. The 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion were looking back and forth with binoculars. When they saw Sun Miao's blank look, they handed the binoculars to him. "Here, take a look. Don't break it." I know. "Oh, they're really surrounding us. How did they find us?" Sun Miao took the binoculars and saw many people at the foot of the mountain. "Let me see." Tusher grabbed the binoculars and imitated Sun Miao's look. When he saw it, he was surprised again. This thing was very magical. It could actually make the distant scenery closer. At the same time, he also saw people from other tribes who were not willing to give up. Seeing those people gradually approaching, when the 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion aimed at them and were ready to shoot at a certain distance, those people suddenly stopped. They seemed to be afraid, but also seemed to be waiting. If they did not come, the people of the Hurricane Battalion would not easily waste their bullets. The 2 sides confronted each other at the top and the foot of the mountain. "Squad leader, are they waiting for their people to come up from other places and then rush in?" Sun Miao thought of a possibility. The people in front were responsible for attracting the attention while the people in other places were responsible for sneak attacks. The squad leader answered, "Almost, but they still have to wait." Time passed slowly while waiting. When Tusher and the others felt more and more pressure, one of his men pointed to the sky and shouted before the enemy could see the sneak attack. Tusher followed his subordinate's gaze and saw a flock of large birds in the sky. When he got closer, he saw that they weren't large birds. Instead, there were 2 people with a large pair of wings flying in the sky. Chapter 859. If it wasn't for the pain in his leg, Tusher would have thought that he was dreaming. Before he met the Tang people, he thought that he was the leader of a tribe and should be a knowledgeable person. Anything that the people in the tribe found should be sent to him first. But after he met Sun Miao, he realized that he was the toad in the well that Sun Miao was talking about. He was very pitiful. If it wasn't for the danger today, he believed that Sun Miao would never light up that life-saving thing. He also wouldn't know that there were many things that he had never heard of before. "Sun Miao, how do you fly up?" Tusher touched Sun Miao and asked in a low voice. "Jump down from the mast or the lookout tower. 2 people use gliders. One person is in charge of adjusting the direction while the other is in charge of attacking. You need to have experience." Sun Miao explained. He was about to say that it required wind, but he was afraid that he would reveal the secret, so he quickly changed his words. He knew that gliders were very important on the sea. The wind was strong on the sea. When attacking in the air, the enemy's ships were like decorations. Not to mention the ability to fight back, they couldn't even find the ability to defend. Tusher didn't understand, so he just listened to Sun Miao. He had seen mast and lookout towers before. They were the places where the sails of ships were raised and the place where one could observe from a high place. He looked at the trees on the mountain and asked with longing, "Can I learn?" "I don't care. I'm only in charge of doing business. I don't dare to interfere in fighting." Sun Miao knew that Tusher thought too highly of him. In fact, his status was very low. He was only a Jurin. At this time, the reinforcements from the air had already begun to hover in the sky with their gliders. There were not many of them. A total of 80 gliders were sent out from the 4 ships that were docked at sea. The person in charge of attacking was equipped with a rifle that could fire continuously and a few grenades. After circling in the sky twice to determine which side needed protection and which side needed to be attacked, they immediately launched the attack. 20 gliders landed and cooperated with the 4 people from the Hurricane Battalion to snipe on the ground. The rest of the gliders looked for their own targets. The sounds of gunshots rang out in the forest. The people from the 3 tribes were unwilling to give up. They no longer planned to continue hunting Tusher and the others. Looking at the people flying in the sky, some threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground, while others ran away. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. The aerial troops were not in the mood to chase after the escapees. Firstly, they were not agile in changing directions, and secondly,
they were blocked by trees, making it difficult to aim. They had to control the angle of the wind. If they flew too slowly, they would fall easily, but if they flew too quickly, they would not be able to find their target. Under the fear of the gods, the people who surrendered were quickly gathered and guarded. Sun Miao tried his best to suppress the urge to kill them personally. He said to Shan Tusher, "Tusher, should we kill them or not?" "No, leave it to me. Many of my subordinates have died, and I was worried that no one would work for me." Shan Tusher's eyes lit up. He estimated that there were more than 200 people who had surrendered. They could do all the dirty work for him. Sun Miao also planned to do the same. He asked the question for the hurricane camp, lest they would waste bullets and Shan Tusher's force would not be able to grow. The people of the hurricane camp were indeed waiting for Sun Miao's response. They had a rule that when the merchants contacted the locals overseas, they were only responsible for providing military support and not making decisions. They had to listen to the merchants, protect the merchants, and help the merchants achieve their goals. This was because merchants were more treacherous, and they could gain the most benefits with the support of military force. The squad leader nodded and said, "Sun Dongjia, we'll do as you say. Should we continue to attack?" "Attack, attack, attack with all your might. The 3 tribes are going to be wiped out. Capture the people and exchange them for resources with Brother Tusher. I've made up my mind. When I return to Luzhou, I'll pay 10% more taxes in the future." Sun Miao gritted his teeth and said. He was almost killed, and when he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. He could not let go of the 3 tribes. Otherwise, more tribes would come to provoke them in the future. The squad leader did not comment. He did not care about the taxes. Instead, he made a hand gesture. The aerial troops that had not landed yet flew toward the 3 tribes, looking for their hideouts and providing coordinates for the ground troops. Compared to the glider wings that flew fast with the help of the sea breeze, the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and the others could not be faster. Even if he was given 160 days to fly around the Earth, let alone 80 days to circle the Earth, the wind direction was too much of an obstacle. When they flew from Jian and to Feng province in winter, they were facing the northwest wind. Fortunately, the pod was sealed well, and they had brought enough food and fuel. Otherwise, they would have to fly with the wind to go back. After flying up and down for more than a month, flying over mountains and rivers, they finally saw a grassland. It was a vast expanse of white. They didn't see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were in the desert due to soil erosion, nor did they see any greenery. 88 hot air balloons slowly descended. Xiaobei and the other children, who were tired of flying, cheered and ran out. Then there was trade and he obtained many benefits. He was prepared to become stronger one day. It was written in the book that he didn't get that opportunity. Our current plan is to directly swallow up the hundreds of thousands of people in the Turkic Khaganate and divide them through immigration. As Prince Xian of the left, who doesn't have soldiers under his command, how could he be willing? For ambitious people, the right to speak is the most important. We'll stay for the night and fly tomorrow morning. I don't believe that we won't be able to find traces of hundreds of thousands of people. Night came quickly. The tents were set up in a circle, and fuel was used to make a bonfire. The people sent out today were lucky enough to hunt a wolf in a pack. They skinned and deboned it with snow water and boiled it into soup for the more than 400 people. Although it was called a pack of wolves, there were actually only 12 wolves. They were all skin and bones from hunger. It was very pitiful. When the whistling cold wind blew, light snow floated down from the ink-black sky. The mercury thermometer couldn't measure the specific temperature, but the cold feeling in the tents was very clear. It was as if they were standing outside Jili province in winter. It's really cold. In the future, don't move here. Xiaobei, who was covered in a blanket, tried to move closer to the brazier. He held the bowl of soup in his hands and muttered. The other 8 little guys also squeezed together. It was much warmer in the pod than here. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and touched the canvas of the tent. He said with schadenfreude, I hope that the Turkic people also have light snow. I don't believe that they are as well prepared as we are. They are not fools. The felt made of fur can withstand the wind better than our tent. Okay, hurry up and drink the soup. It's time to tell the story. Chapter 860. More than 1,000 kilometers away from Xiaobei and the other 9 children in the story, tents covered by snow were arranged in various formations, and the frozen cows and sheep were piled up like hills. The green smoke from the burning cow dung drifted out as the tent flap opened and closed, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the night. Surrounded by several tents, the sound of music could be heard faintly from the largest and most luxurious tent in the middle. There was a small opening in the curtain of the tent, but there wasn't the slightest bit of cold inside. More than a dozen women wearing very little clothing were doing their best to sway their waists to the sound of music. A pot filled with milk wine was placed over the fire. The wine inside was bubbling and bubbling non-stop. The 2 people sitting close to each other on the wide felt blanket didn't even smile at this time. Maybe the women didn't dance well, or maybe the bonfire couldn't make people enthusiastic in the cold weather. One of the 2 waved his hand. Go down, all of you go down. The women who were still dancing suddenly stopped and saluted almost at the same time. They turned around and left with the smallest steps, afraid that they would disturb the 2 people if they were too loud. It's cold again. The man who waved his hand waited for all the women in the tent to leave. He stared at the swaying flame of Weiwei and said 3 words that seemed to have no meaning. Many cows, sheep, and horses also froze to death. If the snow continues to fall until tomorrow morning, it is estimated that many people will die. It will be cold when the snow is light, and it will be heavy when the snow is heavy. It will be colder in 2 days, and it will be hard to walk on the road. The man next to him seemed to understand the meaning of the previous speaker. His face, which was caressed by the cold wind, showed a deep helplessness. The man who spoke earlier lowered his head. After a while, the firewood in the bonfire suddenly made a crackling sound. He raised his head again and looked in front of him, which was facing the south. He said, the north of the Tang dynasty must have a lot of snow, and the north of Hebei province and Jili province may be covered in thick ice. So what? The closest place to us was Feng province. If it had been more than 10 years ago, perhaps a snowfall could have killed many people and livestock, and cut off the connection with the outside world. But now, we didn't expect too much trouble to happen to them. Disaster relief in the Tang Empire had always been carried out by the army first. The army in Feng province was nominally under the control of the local government, but in reality, it was clear who had the final say. The ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family to provide goods, they called it logistics, did not need to be tested. The year before last, I remember that there was also a heavy snowfall. Almost all of it fell on Fengzhou. What was the result? After half a month, the supermarkets in Fengzhou City not only had enough food, but also fresh cucumbers and watermelons. This is a provocation to longevity heaven. Normally, when the road is clear, it would take at least a month for supplies to be delivered, but now that the road is sealed off by snow, it takes at least half a month for the goods to be delivered. In truth, I understand. They are telling us that no matter when, as long as the Great Tang moves against the Turks, they have the ability to deliver supplies with unimaginable speed. Just like the logistics camp in Yingzhou, before the soldiers have even moved, the provisions have already arrived. The person who said this was very unwilling to admit the speed of the Zhang family and the Wang family's logistics, but he had to admit it. There was admiration in his voice, but more than that, there was helplessness. The person who spoke first pursed his lips and sighed again. Yes, the logistics camp in Yingzhou is the first to provide supplies. As long as they are still there, no one dares to take advantage of them and deliver supplies in half a month. Damn it, who would have thought that they used dogs? If dogs can carry goods, they can also carry people. If they find our location now and transport 10,000 soldiers here, with the speed of dogs on the snow, we can't run away even if we want to, and the cavalry can't even lift their hooves. Since you know, there is no need to expect any losses in Jili province. The Zhang family and the Wang family have long been used to facing all kinds of difficulties. According to the saying passed down, they are kites that fly in adversity and become stronger when they meet strong opponents. Secret Service K, if there is no other way, let's go back and apologize. Li Longji won't kill people. The person called Secret Service K couldn't help but tremble. He closed his eyes and sighed again. Emo Shilian, are you afraid? Go back. Will there be any Turkic people if we go back? It's not like you don't know what that damn child Zhang Xiaobao is planning to do. He'll have Li Longji separate us Turks and place us in the various provinces of the Great Tang. Tubo is already doing that. Moji did not answer immediately. He scooped a bowl of wine from the pot, smelled the familiar smell, raised his head and drank it all. He burped and cut a piece of slightly burnt mutton from the rack of another bonfire with a knife. He put it in his mouth and smacked it twice, feeling that it did not taste good. He then said, "You're right. I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will be free in the north of Hebei province and run here with their soldiers. At that time, it won't be a question of whether we go back or not, but how many lives we have to pay to go back. I don't think they will be afraid of seeing blood when they kill people, so they won't do it. There's no salt in the meat, and we're also out of tea. In a few more days, we'll probably run out of wine and things to burn the fire. Do you dare to plunder like before? They're probably waiting for us. You haven't seen the power of the cannons, but I saw it with my own eyes." After the thunderous boom, the ground was littered with broken limbs. The people flying in the sky casually threw a torch at the provisions. Should we save them or not? Our generals can't run all over the place and continue to give orders while avoiding aerial attacks, right? Mo Xilian had just finished speaking when footsteps came from outside the tent, followed by a report. Reporting, in the various circles of the headquarters, another 623 sheep have been frozen to death. "I know," Mo Xilian replied and then turned to Secret Service Quebec. Secret Service K aged a lot in an instant, and turbid tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He pursed his lips for a while and let out a sobbing sound. He nodded twice and said, "When dawn comes, summon the leaders of the various tribes to discuss the matter of returning. At that time, I'll stay and live in the world of longevity and die in the world of longevity." "No, if you stay, Li Longji will definitely be angry and think that you're competing with him. At that time, he'll kill the Turks," he hurriedly persuaded. He didn't want to see Secret Service K die like this. "Then I'll live a few more days and go see Li Longji and the capital of the Tang Empire. Maybe I'll have a chance to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." Secret Service K followed Mo Xilian's words and said, "The heavy snow in winter wasn't specially for the Turks and the Tang Empire. Even Xinlua and Neon felt the cold. Li Longji didn't know how Neon lived, but he knew a little about Xinlua. While soaking in the hot spring and experiencing this comfort, there was no trace of happiness on his face. The letter in his hand was wet, but he still read it over and over again. Then, he said angrily to Gao Lisher, who had just finished lighting the incense, "How did you teach your son? We prepared a pool for them and wanted them to come and soak in it. But they didn't stay in Jilin province in the middle of winter and insisted on going to find the Turks. The journey is long and dangerous. If something happens, we will only ask you." Yes, this subject knows his mistake. Your Majesty is right. This subject didn't teach them well. This subject will send people to look for them. Gao Lisher nodded repeatedly. Send people to look for them? What a joke. It would be strange if we could find them. When they come back, we won't let them off easily. At that time, it'll be useless no matter who comes to plead. We will punish them by not allowing them to leave the capital for a month and have to cook for us every day. Yes, for a month. We will see if they dare to soak in the hot spring every day. Li Longji said angrily. Gao Lisher continued to nod. Yes, we have to punish them. They won't dare. This subject reckons that they won't dare, especially soaking in the hot spring. It's good that they won't dare. We heard that the people of Xinlua are doing well this year. Is there any new news? Tell us. Li Longji's face was back and he no longer bothered with this question. He believed that the two of them would be able to return safely, so he asked about Xinlua again. Yes, this subject will tell your Majesty that the people of Xinlua are doing well. The price of grain has dropped again and again. Now, 1 bushel of rice only costs 4 copper coins, and cloth is less than 1 copper coin. In addition, the snow is heavy in winter, so the people there use good charcoal for their homes. It's almost free. It's even better than our great Tang. Gao Lisher explained the situation to the emperor with a smile. A smile also appeared on Li Longji's face. He knew that the reason the grain was cheap was not because the great Tang had lowered the price. The rice in the Great Tang was still 5 copper coins per bushel. It was because the local farmers couldn't sell the grain and had no choice but to lower the price. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the money to buy other necessities. As for the charcoal, it was naturally burned by the trees of Xinlua. The people in charge of this matter used a large number of luxury goods to bribe the local officials of Xinlua, allowing them to cut down trees with all their might.
At the same time, they recruited local laborers. A portion of the charcoal was transported back to the Great Tang, and a portion was directly given to the workers in Xinlua as wages. There were many of them, so even if the workers sold them very cheaply, they would still make a lot of money. If Xinlua didn't stop it, what awaited them was the destruction of the country. If it weren't for the people from the Zhang family and Wang family telling me, I really wouldn't have known that trees were so important to a country. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let people work so hard to open up the wasteland. It's actually related to mudslides, floods, and droughts. The source of the Yangtze River and Yellow River, as well as the various tributaries, have to be planted. I wonder what will happen to Xinlua in the end? Your Majesty, this subject reckons that there will be endless disasters. At that time, we can't wait to force them to fight. We need to first get their people to the Great Tang through various excuses. Xiaobao should have arrangements for this. Chapter 861. Sitting on the third floor of Chongfeng Pavilion, Li Dong was in a very good mood. Smelling the wine in the cup, there was an indescribable satisfaction. He had made a lot of money, and what he earned was the banknotes of the Tang dynasty. With the banknotes of the Tang dynasty, he could buy many good things in the Tang dynasty that the merchants of the Tang dynasty would not sell. County Magistrate Mu, the people in the county have been doing well this year, right? Li Dong took a sip of the wine in his cup. Through the open window, he looked at the light snow that was still drifting down from the sky and said, Don't worry. The county magistrate Mu, who was sitting opposite him, was a man in his 40s. Hearing his voice, the cold wind blew in from the window and brushed his cheeks. He showed 2 yellow teeth and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not only not bad. The higher-ups have proposed to promote me, but I rejected it. No matter how good it is elsewhere, it is not as good as a place close to the border. This year, there was a heavy snow, and not a single house in the county collapsed. Speaking of the Tang dynasty, the tools sold to Xinlua, as long as they are made of iron, the steel mouth is extraordinary, especially the long saws used to cut trees. With a few swishes, a thick tree will be cut in the blink of an eye. With wood, every house will be renovated. It is good. As County Magistrate Mu spoke, he seemed to think of something good. He smiled and his eyes narrowed. He also held a cup of wine and shook his head slightly. Li Dong also smiled. His hand that was not holding the cup picked up a fresh cucumber from the table and put it in front of his eyes to look at it. This is technology. Like cucumbers, the Tang dynasty has been able to plant them in winter. Xinlua just started to learn it today. It is not like the past. At that time, the Tang dynasty was very strict. But now, almost all the places slightly north of the Tang dynasty are planted. It is impossible to keep it a secret. The only thing that makes people sullen is that it is easy to learn how to plant cucumbers in winter, but there is no chance to steal the method of making steel. I heard that someone came to you last month to discuss building a smelting workshop in this county. You have to send someone to take a look. If they can learn it, it will be a great merit. Speaking of technology, Li Dong once again felt the benefits of the Tang dynasty's banknotes. Ever since the Great Tang banknote had been introduced, one had to use the money of the Great Tang in order to buy good things in the Great Tang. The copper coins of the past had become useless. Medicinal herbs, high-quality clothes, exquisite glass products, and exquisite pottery had to be bought with the money of the Great Tang. There was clearly an exchange ratio between the Great Tang's money and the Xian Luo's money, but the Great Tang did not allow them to exchange for the Great Tang's money. They could only sell the goods to obtain the Great Tang's money. The problem was that Xinlua could only sell a few metals other than charcoal, and the Great Tang was doing its best to lower the price. Coupled with the 20% tariff, it was not easy to earn some money from the Great Tang. It was only because he was more familiar with the people of the Great Tang that he knew what the Great Tang liked, and thus he was the first to find a business opportunity and make a profit. It was not so easy for other merchants. Perhaps it was because they had a telepathic connection. County Magistrate Mu also thought of this matter. He looked at the watermelon on the table, licked his lips and said, Boss Li, cucumbers are good, but watermelons have to be bought from the Great Tang. I heard from the people of Chongfeng Pavilion that this winter, they spent a lot of money just to buy watermelons from the Great Tang. We have to think of a way to get glass, preferably the manufacturing technology of glass. Boss Li,
What do you think about finding more merchants and working together to gather money to bribe the officials in charge of manufacturing glass in the Great Tang? I don't believe that there is nothing that money can't buy. Li Dong fell into deep thought for a moment. Without waiting for him to speak, County Magistrate Mu continued. The Great Tang is indeed good to our Xinlua. They sell food at a cheaper price than the local Great Tang. This is the etiquette of the Great Tang. There is also cloth and silk. But why don't they use the Great Tang's money to buy charcoal? Li Dong and Wei Wei nodded. It was as County Magistrate Mu said. The merchants of the Great Tang came to cooperate with the Great Tang to use the land, cut down trees and burn charcoal, but they did not give the Great Tang money. They only gave a large amount of charcoal to the people who worked. Ordinary people, even merchants who did not do much business, had never seen the Great Tang's banknotes, let alone use them. Boss Li, do you think we can buy the manufacturing technology of glass if we gather 1 million strings of cash? Once we get it, then. County Magistrate Mu said to Li Dong as he recalled the scene of him lying on the glass mountain. Before he could finish, Li Dong laughed. Haha, County Magistrate Mu, wake up, stop dreaming. Glass. Do you know where glass comes from? Luzhou, which is very far away from the Great Tang's capital. They would rather send glass to various places in the Great Tang from afar, and bear the losses caused by the instability of the ships and vehicles on the road than set up a few more places in the Great Tang to make glass. Isn't it all to keep it a secret? If you go there with 1 million strings of cash, you will be caught as soon as you take it out. If it is someone else's business, maybe you can put pressure through the officials of the Great Tang, such as the Ministry of Works, to get the secret. It's easy to find County Magistrate Mu. Tomorrow, at this time and place, I will definitely invite County Magistrate Mu. Also, there's no need to pay 3 times the price to occupy the land to plant white-folded peaches. Listen to my advice. Nowadays, the farmers in Xinlua are having a hard time. Just pay them according to the previous year's harvest and there will be people fighting to do it. As if he was afraid that the other party would not believe him, Li Dong even analyzed, food is cheap now. Even if there's a good harvest every year, the money earned is less than half of what it used to be. If there's a bad year, the farmers will starve to death. Give them a stable job, who would not agree? Am I right? Then, what if someone doesn't agree and doesn't give up the land? Song Qian was still worried. Don't give up? If they don't give up, use force. Not to mention occupying the land, even if their way is in the way, we still have to tear it down. It's useless to seek death. We have to tear it down. After all, Brother Song is thinking for the sake of more people. I think County Magistrate Mu will think the same. Li Dong smiled as he gave the idea. Song Qian and Zhang Tai nodded repeatedly to express their admiration. Song Qian rubbed his hands excitedly and poured wine for Li Dong. He raised the cup. Brother Li, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. If this matter is successful, and there won't be any local people causing trouble, we will have to get closer to County Magistrate Mu. Brother Li is family, so I won't be polite. Cheers. Tomorrow. Don't forget. Li Dong raised his head and drank up the wine. He then looked at the glass peaches and felt even happier. The 3 of them left after having a good time. Watching Li Dong leave in the car with the 7-star step and the 5 elements boxing, Wei Wei shook her head. With such a person in Xinlua, it would be strange if he didn't die. Once he gets benefits, he doesn't care about the lives of the people. We'll be much more relaxed. It's good that he dies. Remember that when Mu Tang comes tomorrow, he must choose a place where there is land. Then, he must choose a place where there is land. Then, he must choose a place where there is land. We'll talk about it later, Zhang Tai said with a cold smile. Song Qian nodded. Should we give them money to settle down after the houses are torn down? Yes, but don't give it to every family directly. According to the compensation for the demolition of the Tang dynasty, it's already a lot to give 1/5. Hand it to Mu Tang and let him distribute it. Let him distribute it? Won't he be greedy? Let him be greedy. When the time comes, think of a way to tell the real compensation amount to the people who are being demolished and make Xinlua lose the hearts of the people. Also, the land can be used to plant baidizi. Xinlua also has a mountain.
There are many medicinal herbs on the mountain. Buy the mountain and let people go up to find the medicinal herbs. After finding the medicinal herbs, we can raise the goats up there. Zhang Tai recalled the arrangement in the little young master's plan and told Song Qian. Song Qian was stunned and asked in confusion, Raise? Raise what? There are still small trees and turf to protect the soil. Hire people to dig them out and let the other party be vigilant. There's no need to worry about herding goats. Goats are good. They can eat trees and eat the bark below. They can eat grass and dig up roots. When that time comes, Xinlua will be barren except for by Dizzy. As Zhang Tai spoke, his voice became softer and softer. His heart palpitated. When he thought of Xinlua's future, he couldn't help but shiver. The next day, Li Dong found Mu Tang and came here. County Magistrate Mu, do you still remember what I said to you last night? This is an opportunity to solve the problem of poor food for the farmers. As long as we settle this matter, the farmers in the county will never have to worry about poor food in the future. Your political achievements will be greater. On the way, Li Dong was afraid that Mu Tang would forget what he said last night, so he reminded him again. Mu Tang nodded repeatedly. I remember. Don't worry. I know what to do. Isn't it just helping them give up the land and waiving their 10-year rent? I'm worried that if I waive their rent, the county's income won't be able to support it unless I leave immediately. But you can't bear to part with it. I understand. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your ability is not good enough. You have to learn. When there's a chance for the Tang dynasty to bring in the Monopoly game, as long as you can enter the top 100, it will be much easier to deal with this kind of thing. Li Dong said to Mu Tang in a teaching tone. Before Mu Tang could ask, he continued. County Magistrate Mu, in terms of economics, you're not as good as me. Do you admit it? Yes, but it's good that you admit it. How can rent-free counties money? Oh, it's called finance. If they plant by DZ, whether they make things locally or transport them away, they have to pay for the transportation, right? When the time comes, you can collect taxes from our Xinlua's logistics industry. Is that money? Yes, it's money. I didn't think of it before. Mu Tang nodded. The people help to farm and earn a lot. Do they want to buy things? If they don't have land to grow food, they naturally have to buy food. With a stable income, they naturally have to buy other goods. Where do they buy? Naturally, it's the local shops. The shops naturally pay taxes after making money. If they pay taxes, naturally, the county's finance will have money. It should be more than before. The rent from before is nothing at all. Mu Tang heard Li Dong say naturally and said, Sigh. That's right. Otherwise, why do you still have to learn? If it were Zhang Xiaobao, you would know what to do without even thinking. But, what do you think Zhang Xiaobao did? I haven't heard from him recently. A while ago, he said that he was assassinated and tormented my Xinlua. Now there's no news. As Li Dong spoke, he suddenly talked about Zhang Xiaobao. His excitement disappeared in an instant. He had a feeling that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be so kind. For example, the road repair matter. 1 million strings of coins had been spent. Until now, the road had only been repaired for 200,000 strings of coins. The remaining 800,000 strings of coins couldn't be recovered. The contract was written clearly. There was also the 500,000 strings of coins that were taken out later. When the river was connected, the people from the imperial clan finally explained the matter clearly. When the Tang Empire collected taxes, the Tang Empire didn't pay a single copper coin to connect the river. Originally, the Tang Empire wanted to pay. If they hadn't stopped it back then, wouldn't they have saved a lot of money? Would Zhang Xiaobao be so kind as to help my Xinlua? He sent that money giver to plant by DZ. Do you think there's a conspiracy? As he thought about it, Li Dong began to mutter. It seemed that he was talking to Mu Tang. County Magistrate Mu shivered. He was very unwilling to hear that name. He had complained more than once in his heart. He complained about why Li Longji of the Tang Empire sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Jili province. It was really terrible. Since the arrival of the two of them, he had to be on guard at all times. Especially after the sword meet on Mount Hua, he had stationed 30,000 soldiers at the border. Even so, he couldn't be at ease. When there were more soldiers, there were more troublemakers.
It was difficult to control them. There were 5,000 soldiers stationed in the county. Usually, he had to curry favor with other people's generals and control his subordinates. Logically speaking, since the assassin hasn't been caught and it's not confirmed that it was Xinlua who assassinated him, the soldiers at the border and the gunboats in the sea should have been withdrawn. Why are they still there? Li Dong muttered again. County Magistrate Mu swallowed his saliva and said nervously, Don't tell me you want to attack my Xinlua? Have you ever seen someone send provisions to others before attacking them? I guess it's Japan. Maybe the two of them want to attack Japan. It's because Japan is too far away and difficult to control. Or maybe Li Longji is worried about the two of them and sent soldiers here. They don't want to compromise, so the gunboats are also placed along the coast. Yes, I guess so. When we get there, we'll ask them secretly. Li Dong thought of a reason. Mu Tang nodded again. When it was close to noon, the two sides met. Song Qian was very enthusiastic. As soon as the banquet started, he asked someone to bring a few beautiful glass products. Then, he gave Li Dong and Mu Tang a reception voucher of 1,000 strings of coins each, which could be used between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. This was not the kind of money that could be spent to replace the proportion, but it could be directly used as money and paid in full. During the banquet, he had many flattering words for County Magistrate Mu. He introduced the future of Niha County and explained the matter of the demolition. He also mentioned the joint development of Niha County's agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as the prospects of charcoal export. County Magistrate Mu's eyes lit up, especially when he knew that the money for the demolition would be distributed by him. His eyes were filled with the image of the Tang banknotes. He also asked about the relationship between the Wang and Zhang family and the Tang Emperor. Zhang Tai and Song Qian kept it in mind and felt that they could tell the young master and do something about it. Therefore they started to answer vaguely, neither confirming nor denying. Their attitude was very ambiguous. The banquet was very enjoyable. Before leaving, Mu Tang stood at the door and asked Song Qian, who saw them out, Brother Song, when is the best time to demolish the house? I'll go back, see you later, arrange it. No hurry. It's still early. Just vacate the land before the spring. Just like the spring plowing in the past. A little earlier. Song Qian looked very easygoing. Okay, I'll arrange it. Mu Tang agreed. Waiting for the two drunk people to leave, Song Qian smiled and said to Zhang Tai, Move before the spring. It'll be cold then. You can't plant the white fold seed so early. I don't know when the young master and the others will come back. It's almost the new year. They probably won't come back before the new year. Zhang Tai said with uncertainty. As the new year approached, the weather in the northern regions of the Great Tang suddenly became clear and sunny. Even the Turkic lands were covered in drifting clouds. Although the wind was still cold, there was no sign of haze in the sky. The fisherman's wife felt that it wasn't good enough to live in the palace, so she asked the fisherman to find that talking fish. She wanted to be the emperor of a country. The fisherman came to the seaside again and shouted to the sea. In the end, they returned to that small shabby house. High in the sky, there was a group of hot air balloons. Zhang Xiaobao was telling a story to his younger brother and sister in one of them. The more Xiao Yuan listened, the angrier she got. When her brother finished, she slapped her thigh and said, Aya, that silly woman is so greedy. She's so silly. Xiaobei, don't be so silly in the future. You're the silly one. What do you think I'm doing? But that woman is really silly. If it were me, I wouldn't want so many things. Xiao Bei was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan and then expressed his thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and asked, Then what do you want, Xiao Bei? Me. I want to become friends with that talking fish. I want her to take me to places I've never been before to play. When I see something good that doesn't have an owner, I'll pick it up and go home to find someone to sell it. If you want a good house, you can have a palace. If you want someone to covet me, my friends will help me teach them a lesson. Xiao Bei said very seriously. You're even more greedy. Xiao Yuan began to criticize Xiao Bei. What do you mean by greedy? Becoming friends is being greedy? I can also give her benefits. For example, I can tell her stories. For example, I can cook good food for her. I can even find someone to hold a party for her every day by the sea. A powerful fish like her must be very lonely, the kind that can't stand the cold at the top. I get material enjoyment while she gets spiritual. Xiao Bei retorted righteously. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan. Looks like there's no need to tell Xiao Bei the story of getting something and making 3 wishes. She'll definitely say that the first wish is to obtain countless wishes. I think so too. Our Xiao Bei is still the smartest. Wang Wan agreed. Brother, do you think I'm right? Xiao Bei looked for his brother at this time to judge. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's how it should be. This is called sustainable development. Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly. Just as they were talking, another compartment door opened and a head popped out. It said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Young master, young lady, good news. We've already made contact with Feng Zhou. The connection has just been successful. The connection has been made? Ask them if they've found any traces of the Turks. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yes. The person answered and retracted his head to ask. Before he could finish asking, there was suddenly a sound from above. Zhang Xiaobao opened the lid. Before he could ask, the person who appeared above reported, Young master, the boat at the head of the ship has discovered a Turk tribe moving south about 10 kilometers ahead. Go up and take a look. Xiao Bei, you guys stay here and don't move. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect to receive 2 pieces of good news at once. He and Wang Wan went outside and were blown by the wind. They picked up the binoculars and looked down. Sure enough, in front of them, there was a dark mass of small dots moving like ants. What do they want to do? Zhang Xiaobao asked, puzzled. When Zhang Xiaobao's party discovered the Turks who were born with telescopic vision also saw a group of things gradually approaching in the sky. They immediately shouted and ran toward the big carriage. Mo Jilian and Special Agent K were in the carriage discussing how to contact the Tang people and let them know that they were not hostile. They were shocked by the news. Chapter 863. On the snowy ground, there was a sea of people. In the sky, there were colorful flags. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hot air balloon team gradually lowered its altitude, the Turks below could see so many flying birds that seemed to be flying towards them. Tens of thousands of Turks looked up. The Turks further away had no choice but to ask the people around them, hoping that one by one they could pass on the news of what was in the sky. A servant serving Emoji Lien also saw the thing in the sky through the open roof of the carriage. He felt his master's body tremble as he massaged Emoji Lien. He couldn't help but worry. He mustered up his courage and asked, Monarch, what is that? Something deadly. Emoji Lien said blankly. He picked up the clairvoyance that Li Longji gave him and looked at it carefully again. When he saw the picture of 2 rice seedlings standing hand in hand on the cabin of the hot air balloon, the clairvoyance fell on the soft carpet. It's over, it's really over. How is it possible? Aren't they in Jili province? When did they come here? Emoji Lien shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. Kei Tachin was also shocked. He didn't need to pick up the clairvoyance on the ground to know who Emoji Lien was talking about. To be able to scare Emoji Lien like this, and to say them and Jili state, it was easy to guess who it was even if he thought with his toes. Thinking of the legend about the 2 people, Kei Tachin asked Emoji Lien with a trembling voice, Are they rice seedlings? 2 rice seedlings with them? Emoji Lien didn't say anything, but his trembling body had already told Kei Tachin the answer. Looking up at the floating things in the sky again, Kei Tachin felt that his mouth was going to cry and his throat was dry. He said in a hoarse voice, This is the Air Force of the Tang Empire? You saw the hot air balloon on Mount Hua? Yes, it seems that Li Longji is anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them here. Emoji Lien's eyes gradually became clear. There was no use in worrying now. At this time, a group of people hurried over. They were the advisors of the Turks. The one in the front said to Emoji Lien, It's too high, we can't shoot it down. It's best to lure them to lower their altitude. As long as we shoot that thing up there they will fall down. Emoji Lien didn't answer this person. Wei Wei hesitated and said, Pass my order, the soldiers around the carriage, leave an open space and welcome them with meme. My lord wants to lure them down. And then, the advisor wiped his hand on his neck, his eyes shining.
I want to tie you up and bring you to them. I want to say that it was because you people dissuaded me that I did those unwise things a while ago. My lord, you can't. We have countless warriors. If we ask for peace, we will chill their hearts. The advisor knew what Emojilian meant and advised anxiously. They definitely have more bullets and shells than our warriors. It's better to chill their hearts than to make them make up their minds. You think Wang Wan can't do it? If we do anything else, she can dye the vast grassland red with our blood. Emojilian said and looked up again. He was afraid that a bunch of grenades would be thrown down from above. Kei Tachin had heard some information from the people who went to Mount Hua. He knew that this kind of hot air balloon battle method. He didn't think that the other party would lower their altitude if they really wanted to hit him. He quickly ordered, "Go, do as my lord says. I will welcome them personally." At this moment, he finally suppressed his unwillingness. He originally wanted to discuss with the Tang Empire to settle his people who were about to freeze and starve to death. As for himself, he would probably have to live in the capital. What he didn't expect was that before he took the initiative to contact the Tang Empire, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually came personally. Although it felt like a passive surrender, the result wouldn't change. With the order, the people in Kei Tachin's headquarters scattered and made way for the carriage they were in. There was a large open space around it. At least arrows couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ordering their subordinates to tie grenades. Each grenade was tied with a thin and strong rope. The length was about 3 to 5 meters from the hot air balloon to the ground. When they pulled the string and threw it down, it would stop at this distance. Once it exploded, the shrapnel could fly down from this height. It was much better than throwing it directly to the ground. When they were preparing, someone suddenly came to report the situation below. The two found a good position to look down again. What do you mean by giving up the carriage they were in? Are you tricking us to go down so that you can catch us all in one fell swoop? No matter how good Zhang Xiaobao was at psychology, he couldn't guess what Kei Tachin and the others were thinking. The black mass of heads below was really dazzling. It should be that Emojilian understands how we fight. He knows that once we start, we won't kill anyone we meet. Instead, we will target the commander. He knows that he can't escape, so he wants to discuss with us to send someone down to ask about the situation. While Wang Wan was speaking, she had already seen Emojilian's figure through the binoculars. Emojilian walked out of the car and stood on the hard snow that was stepped on by the people in front of her. She looked up and waved vigorously. Emojilian wasn't the only Turkic tribe. There were several other tribes. When they got the general information, they rode their horses to Emojilian's location to ask. When Emojilian and Kei Tachin saw the worry in the eyes of the first tribe to arrive, Wei inwardly sighed. They could see that this tribe was afraid that they would offend the Great Tang and didn't want to fight with them against the Great Tang. The commanders of each tribe should also gather together and follow the designated hot air balloon. The team will be commanded by the deputy. Chapter 864. Emojilian and Kei Tachin sat opposite each other. It was Kei Tachin's first time riding this kind of thing, so he was a bit nervous. He was afraid that he would fall and feel uncomfortable being blown around by the wind. If he had to describe it, it would be the feeling of riding a boat. Compared to Kei Tachin, Emojilian was more experienced. He had ridden in the sword meet of Hua Mountain before. The only difference was that it wasn't as big and luxurious as this one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him. The younger brother and sister had already moved to another cabin. To be precise, the two of them had moved out. After a while, someone brought food from another compartment. There were 2.5 bowls of porridge, 2 large pancakes, green onions, and a small dish of sauce. It's cold and there's nothing else to serve you. Please. Zhang Xiaobao broke the silence and put the food on the small table between Emojilian and Kei Tachin. Emojilian and Kei Tachin finally relaxed a little. They felt like they were captives and didn't dare to make a sound. Now that the food was placed in front of them, they realized that they were indeed hungry. Although they had eaten in the car, the tasteless meat was really hard to swallow. They only ate 2 small bites. Emojilian wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would poison him. He picked up the pancake and dipped it in the sauce. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. He nodded and said, Delicious. It's so fucking delicious. It's better than meat. Xueqi also couldn't resist the temptation. He picked up the pancake and imitated her. He took a bite and then a mouthful of porridge. He ate happily. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from the side and knew why the two of them were eating so happily. One was because the Turks had run out of salt, and a little sauce was bliss. The other was because they often ate meat, and occasionally changing the flavor felt different. It didn't take long for the two of them to finish the porridge in their bowls and eat the pancakes. Even the sauce on the plate was licked clean. Touching his half-full stomach, Xueqi plucked up his courage and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Zhang Xiaobao, what do you want to do to me?" "What can I do to you, Minister K? You took the initiative to bring back so many people, find so many precious herbs and furs, and are determined to contribute your life's blood and sweat to the great Tang's livestock industry. I have more than enough admiration for your noble character, so how could I do anything to you?" Zhang Xiaobao placed his hand on the glass window of the pod. After he finished speaking, a handprint appeared, and the scenery outside could be seen clearly. Xueqi's eyes widened. He looked at Emojilian and saw that he was also at a loss. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What's Xueqi?" "Our great Tang's newly established Vice Minister of Horse Husbandry is a Grade 6 official. Originally, it should have been Grade 7, but after considering your request and the importance of military horses, the relevant personnel decided to make it Grade 6. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan opened the door of the cubicle next to them and placed 2 bowls of watermelon on the small table, indicating that they were ready to eat. Xueqi was dazzled by the cold melon in front of him. For the first time, he found that the cold melon in winter could be so charming. Thinking of Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was even more confused. Emojilian helped him to ask, "Young Master Zhang, when was the horse husbandry established? Who are the relevant personnel? Is it set by the emperor himself?" "The emperor doesn't have time to care about such a small matter. The horse husbandry has just been established. You two were lucky enough to witness such a great moment when you were eating pancakes and green onions. The relevant personnel include me and Wang Wan. Eat, and in the future, the Turks will be able to eat cold melon in winter and live a happy life." Zhang Xiaobao introduced with a tired face. It was obvious that the related personnel were tired from discussing the matter. "Young Master Zhang, have you decided on such a big matter?" Emojilian asked. "What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. At this moment, several thoughts flashed through Xueqi's mind. If he captured Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and took them as hostages, would his tribe have a new life? If he killed them on the spot, would the great Tang return to the status of trading with his tribe? He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao was looking at Emojilian, while Wang Wan was looking out of the window with a blank expression. Opportunity. This was an opportunity. With his own ability, he could go forward and grab their necks. Then, "Young Master Zhang, it's great that you can decide. Last time at the sword meet of Mount Hua, I opened my eyes. I thought that young Master Zhang was only good at economic calculation. Who would have thought that you could also leap onto roofs and vault over walls? I think you must be good at close combat, right? Would young Master Zhang be willing to show us the weapons you carry?" Just as Xueqi was staring at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, leaning forward toward Wei Wei, Emojilian's leg suddenly bumped into the small table between them and began to chat with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had a regretful expression. He smiled and said to Emojilian, "Mojilian, you're a good person. I don't have any ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. I'm just a bit more nimble, like a monkey. I've already ordered the people in Feng province to quickly transport the provisions here. With both sides working together, I estimate that in less than half a month, the people below will be able to get through this difficult period." "Yes, it's very pitiful," Wang Wan said as she looked outside. "I don't know what's going on this year, but it's snowing everywhere." In the grassland, in the capital, in my Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office, it's snowing too. It's also snowing in Xinlua. It's estimated that there won't be a drought at the beginning of spring next year. It seems that we have to spend the new year outside. Emojilian and Xueqi didn't understand why Wang Wan suddenly brought this up. It was normal for it to snow. Could it be that it didn't snow in Tengri heaven? Wang Wan continued, "That cow can't take it anymore. It's already skinny from hunger,
And it's in a hurry. It probably won't be able to last until the provisions arrive. It's better to shoot it and give it a quick death. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly had something in her hand. She looked down through the window and made a pop-pop sound. Kei Tachin's sweat oozed from his forehead in an instant. He looked at Mo Jilian with lingering fear to express his gratitude. He recognized the thing in Wang Wan's hand. He once had a gun, which was given to Mo Jilian by Li Longji. Later, it was taken apart for research and found that bullets couldn't be made, so it was abandoned. I didn't expect Miss Wang to carry a gun with her. Kei Tachin laughed dryly. Shooting birds for fun. I wonder if the position of Xueqi is good? Wang Wan turned her hand and the gun was gone again. She asked Kei Tachin. Chapter 865. Hundreds of thousands of people moved with difficulty in the ice and snow. Almost every moment, someone would fall and never get up again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan frowned from time to time. Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin also felt like their hearts were being cut by knives. After another 10 days, the hot air balloons ran out of fuel and landed on the ground. Kei Tachin and the other tribe leaders were still protected by Zhang Xiaobao's people. In order to reduce the weight, the balloons in the hands of the other Turks were thrown away by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing the hot air balloons that could not be used anymore being used as firewood, Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin looked at the clear night sky. They gathered around a bonfire and drank spicy wine. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. Zhang Xiaobao, can you think of a way to get the people in Feng province to quickly transport the provisions? We can't afford to die. If our tribe continues to die, there will be less than half left. Mo Jilian glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and the others beside him and said to Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, he sniffed and smelled a fragrance that he had never smelled before. He was very curious about what Xiao Bei and the others were holding. Xiao Bei was scalded and changed his hands back and forth. Seeing Mo Jilian look over, he did not care if it would dirty his clothes. He put the sweet potato in his hand on his pants and rubbed his hands. He pinched a piece of the sweet potato and gave it to Mo Jilian. Try it. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his sister and then at Mo Jilian. He introduced, this is called sweet potato. It can be used as food and can be made into powder. It is very delicious. After drying it, it can be turned into snacks. When the output increases next year, I will give you some to make porridge. Mo Jilian was stunned. He took the sweet potato and suddenly remembered the purpose of coming. Zhang Xiaobao, when will the provisions arrive? Soon. The road is difficult now. Your tribe has a lot of people. Even if the provisions arrive first, it will be a drop in the bucket. Hold on a little longer. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he wiped his sister's mouth that was blackened from eating roasted sweet potatoes. He looked at Emoji with a helpless expression. A cry came from afar. Emoji couldn't bear it and closed his eyes. He knew that another member of his tribe had died. He gritted his teeth and asked Zhang Xiaobao, if the people here are not from my tribe but from the Tang Empire, can't you get the provisions? This. Zhang Xiaobao, I'm begging you, please show mercy. I'm guilty. I shouldn't have taken my people away. Kill me, don't vent your anger on my people. When Mo Jilian saw Zhang Xiaobao's hesitation, she knew that if it were the people of Great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely have a solution. With a plop, she knelt in front of Zhang Xiaobao and begged. She thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not satisfied and deliberately wanted more people of her tribe to die. Xiaobao looked at Mo Jilian in front of him and frowned deeply. He didn't pull Mo Jilian back. Instead, he sat on the ground and looked at Mo Jilian. To tell the truth, if it were the people of Great Tang, let alone hundreds of thousands of provisions, I would have sent 1 million people here long ago. It's not that I'm angry at you, but I'm afraid that once I mobilize all the resources, I won't be able to guard against you. What if someone instigates and attacks me while I'm deploying resources? What should I do? No, I promise not. They have no strength left. Hearing that there was hope, Emoji hurriedly promised. You promise? When it comes to the survival of a tribe, can you promise? How about this? Order your people to throw away all the copper and iron, kill all the horses, and burn all the leather armor. Let the old and young eat their fill first and walk in front of the army. I can promise that within 3 days, there will be food and salt and tea. But the salt and tea will only be for the old and young. If you agree, you can give the order. Zhang Xiaobao finally relented, but he put forward a bunch of conditions. Mog knew that this was Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. Hearing the gradually weakening cries in the wind, she nodded gratefully. Okay, I'll immediately give the order. We'll do as you say, brother. After Mog left, Xiaobei leaned into Zhang Xiaobao's arms and whispered in his ear, Brother, don't let them eat their fill. Just now, when Xiaoyuan and I went to give some roasted corn to their leader's children, they glared at me. Then our Xiaobei didn't kill them? Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head and asked. Xiaobei shook her head. No, what's the use of killing a few? Unless all of them are beaten to death. Xiaoyuan said that they don't hate us, but hate the unfairness of the heaven. They are all like wolves who can be killed but can't be tamed. When they are fed, clothed and educated, their ambitions will vanish. After a long time, the wolf may become a dog, like a wild chicken or domestic fowl, like a wild boar. Oh, our Xiaobei knows so much. Zhang Xiaobao praised. It's not me, it's Xiaoyuan. He looks so knowledgeable all day. It's annoying to look at him. Xiaobei put the softest core of the sweet potato into her mouth and muttered while sucking on her fingers. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect that Wang Wan's younger brother would start to study this matter. He smiled and wiped his sister's finger that was stained with saliva, and then asked, Then the people of the Tang Empire will not be hot-blooded, right? Not even as ambitious as the Turks? That's not the same. Xiaoyuan said that the foreigner's ambition is to seize, while the Tang Empire's ambition is to create. That is to say, when the people around them see that our Tang Empire has good things, they want to snatch them. Our Tang Empire makes things that make our lives better. They don't understand the benefits of creating things. As long as we don't let them become emperor, we will continue to create, right? As Xiaobei spoke, she could not understand, so she could only ask her brother. Zhang Xiaobao could not explain too deeply to her sister. Even if he said, Xiaobei would not understand, so she could only nod in agreement. Mog, who had gone to give the order, did not go so smoothly. Many people were not willing to throw away their weapons, let alone kill the horses. Mog could not persuade them, so he began to force the people in the tribe to do so. He even killed a few hundred people to achieve his goal. At dawn, the group set off again, moving much faster than yesterday. Horse meat was also food. Those who were full would be able to replenish their strength and have a stronger resistance to the cold. Mog, Chin, and the other Turkic tribe leaders did not have good expressions. They were worried that if they really submitted to the Tang Empire, they would lose their status. They were even more afraid that the people in the tribe would see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's guards and not have any bad thoughts. Mog repeatedly told the other tribe leaders about the power of the Tang Empire's weapons and told them to suppress the dissatisfied tribesmen. If there was a conflict at this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would probably harden their hearts and destroy the entire Turkic Empire. Walking on the road, there were still people who froze to death from time to time. Those who caught a cold did not have any hope of surviving. Every time they moved forward, there would be a few corpses left in the group for the wolves who did not dare to come forward as food. In the howling winds, the mood of the Turks was even more unstable. Several times, some people came out of the group to attack Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group, but they were discovered and killed by others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not seem to know. They continued to chat and laugh with Mog and the others, treating this trip as if they were traveling. Occasionally, they would find a snake cave, catch a hibernating snake, dig out the snake gall, and break it open with strong wine to make snake gall wine for their brothers and sisters to drink. Xiaobei had complained many times that the snake gall wine tasted bad, bitter and astringent, but she never refused to drink it. The main reason was that drinking a little wine made her feel dizzy and comfortable. Just as Mog was worried that some people in the tribe would lose control of their emotions and bring disaster to the entire Turkic Empire, the 3 days that Zhang Xiaobao had promised were finally up. In front of them was still an endless grassland covered by a layer of snow. At noon on the 3rd day, when the group was resting, a row of black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. The Turks who were eating stood up one by one and looked over vigilantly. Mog quickly took out his clairvoyance and looked over. He saw that there were countless deer and dogs running in their direction. Behind the deer and dogs were a sled that was tilted up in front. In addition to the deer and dogs, There were also people with sails behind them. They were moving with the wind like snakes. There were also many people wearing white clothes and capes, stepping on 2 bamboo poles. They were moving forward with a pole in each hand. If the other party did not move and did not look carefully, they would not be discovered. This is the group that delivered goods to the supermarket in Fengzhou, right? Kei Tachin looked at Emoji curiously and asked. Moji shook his head slightly. I don't think they're just here to deliver food. There's also an army here to suppress us. The ones in white. In order to maintain the same speed, the deer and the dog didn't use their full strength when running. He was afraid that he would fall, so he used his ski poles to support himself, swung his legs, and turned around to slide back to the team. Another person stood up and said, Feng Province Logistics Camp reporting, 2,200 people are here, 2,200 people are here, 1,000 snow deers are here, 1,000 snow deers are here, 6,000 snow deers are here, 1,000 snow deers are here, 6,000 snow deers are here, 4 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 snow deers are here. Very good. Come back to the team. Pay attention to the 4 injured sled dogs and keep them warm. Wang Wan returned the salute. She could imagine the situation of the 4 dogs. The dog in front must have passed by, and the ice suddenly broke, and the 4 dogs in the middle fell. According to the training, the people on the sled would break the sled. Then, the dogs in front would push forward, and the dogs behind would push backward. The dogs that fell would be tensed up and wait for people to go and save them. This was usually what well-trained polar sled dogs would do. She did not expect the people in Fengzhou to train them successfully. Fengzhou medical team reporting. 300 people reported, 300 confirmed. End of report. Feng Province's engineering battalion reporting. 600 people are here. 600 people are here. Report complete. Feng Province's loss management team reporting. Should have 450 people, 450 people actually present. Report complete. Fengzhou Battle Command reporting. 60 people reported, 60 confirmed. End of report. Fengzhou Reconnaissance Camp reporting. Fengzhou Spy Camp reporting. Fengzhou Towing Artillery Camp reporting. One by one, people stood out to report to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also returned the salute one by one. Not far away, the leaders of the Turkic tribes were also listening. At this time, they realized that a single army could have so many branches, each in charge of their own things. It was not like the vanguard and the middle of a march. After the people in front finished reporting, there was only one short person left. A dwarf? The short one also skated to the front, but he didn't report to Wang Wan. Instead, he looked around and found Xiao Bei, who was at the back. He propped himself up with his ski poles a few times and approached Xiao Bei. With a childish voice he said, Fengzhou Children's Troop, reporting, there should be 100 people, but there are 86 people. 14 of them cried because of the cold, so the adults sent them back. Xiao Bei looked at the people from the children's regiment in surprise. His mouth was wide open, and he blinked hard. After a while, he reacted. Fengzhou also has a children's regiment? They actually cried because of the cold. So stupid. You're embarrassing me. You can even cry because of the cold wearing down. I didn't cry even when my face was red. Instead of studying in school, why are you here? Stupid, I can't study anymore, the little guy from the children's regiment replied weakly. Okay, then that's it. Return to the team. Pay attention to keeping warm. Don't cry because of the cold. If you fight, remember to shoot from afar. Don't rush forward. Choose the leader first, just like the one wearing this. Xiao Bei deliberately pointed at the leaders of the various Turkic tribes and introduced them to the leader of the Fengzhou Children's Regiment. Yes, remember. Choose the leader first. The leader looked at them seriously and agreed. He also supported himself with his hands, squatted down, and swung his legs at the same time. He wanted to learn how to turn like the others, but in the end, he fell with a plop. He struggled to get up and left. Xiao Bei covered his face when he saw this. It was really embarrassing.
Zhang Xiaobao was amused when he saw this. He said to Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei's children's regiment is still very brave. Don't mention it. I'll disband them later." Seeing so many pairs of eyes looking at him, he turned around and smiled shyly. "Uncles, little Bei was just joking. I didn't ask them to really beat you guys up. I was just joking. They'll forget about it after a while." "That's right, I was just joking. They're just kids after all. They can't beat adults, right?" Xiao Bei's explanation was obviously not acceptable. The leaders of the various Turkic tribes were more worried about the people from the children's regiment. Children were not as steady as adults. If they made a slight move, they might be misunderstood. Usually, children would not be able to defeat adults, but children with guns were a different matter. Wang Wan watched from the side and did not stop them. She silently agreed to this matter. She understood that the threat Xiao Bei brought to others was greater. It was like handing a loaded gun to a monkey that was curious about everything. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao said to Mog and the others, "The first batch of goods has arrived. Everyone, make the necessary arrangements. The rest of the goods will arrive one after another. I hope that we can unite and fight against the cold environment together. I hope that everyone will do their best." Mog and the others agreed and dispersed to make arrangements. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to watch over them. Everyone was here, and he was not afraid that they would cause trouble. Just as they had agreed at the start, the old and young were the priority when it came to the goods, especially the salt, tea, and medicine. The Turks did as they were told, not daring to express any of their thoughts. Everything was harmonious. "Xiaobao, what about the 200,000 people who have surrendered? We can't leave them all in Feng province. There is not enough people there. Once they get a chance, there will be trouble." When the group moved again, Wang Wan began to worry about the personnel arrangements and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Arrange for them to be sent to Hunan province, Huainan province, Jiangnan province, and 5,000 to be sent to Jili province. We need to disperse them and not let them form an advantage. Arrange for people to explain the laws of the Tang Empire to them. They will be treated the same as the other people of the Tang Empire. There will be no preferential treatment. I don't need to be soft to them. Since they admit that they are part of the Tang Empire, don't give them special treatment. If they don't admit it, destroy them. As for the traditions of the Turks, they can be kept as long as they do not conflict with the laws of the Tang Empire. If there is a conflict, change them all." Zhang Xiaobao clearly knew that this arrangement would cost a lot of money and provisions, but he had to do it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do it again in the future. "The Yellow River has been frozen. We have to go by land. Let's inform them in advance. We also need to transfer more troops to deter them. I will arrange it." Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's idea and began to do it. When the Turks were no longer a threat, the lives of the people of Xinlua began to become difficult. County Magistrate Mu received benefits and began to write a letter to the imperial family of Xinlua with Li Dong. They also used the demolition fee given by Song Qian to carry out the demolition. It was now the end of the year and the new year had not passed yet. Most of the people were focused on the new year. When they heard that County Magistrate Mu was going to demolish, their first thought was that County Magistrate Mu did not intend to let them have a good new year. Those who did not want to be demolished before the new year and were more courageous joined forces with their neighbors and came to the county yamen to discuss with the county magistrate. They hoped that the county magistrate could make an exception and wait until after the new year. In the end, they did not see County Magistrate Mu. What they saw was a black-faced yamen runner. After a few words of dispute, they were beaten up. They could not find a place to reason and could only suppress their anger. County Magistrate Mu was not afraid of the people causing trouble. Those who dared to cause trouble were all arrested and sent to prison. At this moment, he was secretly happy. Song Qian gave him the money according to the number of people in the household register. It was not calculated according to the size of each house. It was impossible to calculate. Other than the corresponding officials, no one registered the houses. Usually, what was registered was the number of fields. There was no difference between building 10 houses and building one house. The price Song Qian gave was 500 copper coins per head. The money given was the Tang dynasty's banknotes. One could directly buy good things from the Tang dynasty. County Magistrate Mu's mind became active.
He was prepared to divide the people in the county according to men and women, old and young. An adult man would be given 300 copper coins. An adult woman would be given 200 copper coins. An elderly person would be given 100 copper coins, and a child would be given 50 copper coins. Moreover, the money given was not the Tang dynasty's banknotes, but the Xinlua's banknotes. He kept the banknotes for himself. Part of it was used to spend, and the other part was used to give gifts to the people above. Under the threat of force, the people in the county had no choice but to pack up their belongings. They reluctantly left the house they had lived in for a long time and thought of ways to find a new place to settle down. County Magistrate Mu also urged people to hurry up. It would be best if they could complete the demolition work during the new year. At this moment, a piece of news from who knows where entered the ears of the people in the county. The Tang dynasty merchants gave each person 500 copper coins in banknotes, and did not require them to complete the relocation before the new year. This matter became more and more real and spread more and more. It did not take long for the people in the county to know. Looking at the money they received and comparing it with the money in the rumors, the people immediately knew that the money was embezzled by the people in the county. The bold people once again organized people to find the yamen. Wicked people, all wicked people. Beat them, catch them. Seeing more and more people gathering outside the yamen, County Magistrate Mu was a little worried, but more than that, he was angry. Orders were passed down one after another. Very soon, the yamen runners had work to do. They beat and caught, causing the county to be in chaos. The people did not fight with the officials. Under the deterrence of the powerful force and status, the people in the county became obedient. One by one, they began to restrain themselves. According to County Magistrate Mu's arrangements, they came to a new place to think of a way to rebuild their houses. The resentment in their hearts grew, but they could not do anything at the moment. Chapter 866. Song Qian brought many tents and gave them to the people of Niha County who had yet to build a house for the time being. He even personally led many people to deliver soybean oil and rice noodles from door to door. This family gave 20 kilograms, and that family gave a jar. He kept saying that the Tang Empire and Xinlua were like family. He also emphasized the fact that all of the demolition money had been handed over to County Magistrate Mu. He hoped that the people who did not receive the full amount would give County Magistrate Mu some time. County Magistrate Mu must be in a difficult position. He believed that as the official of the county, County Magistrate Mu would handle the corresponding matters as soon as possible. Song Qian went around and spent a few days returning to the restaurant between the clouds and the water to rest. County Magistrate Mu received many tents, but he was even more worried. The matter of the money had been exposed. It was better not to have tents now because there were not enough. It was only 1/10 of the amount of tents that people who did not have a house had. Song Qian gave it to him for free. He could not complain that he gave too little. If he left it in the yamen, it would be difficult to give it to anyone. The new year was approaching. On the 20th of the 12th lunar month, the conflict between the county magistrate and the people did not stop. The people came to ask questions, the yamen runners fought, and the people persuaded each other in the neighborhood to send the yamen runners to investigate. This was the cycle. County Magistrate Mu handed over a lot of the embezzled money, and the higher-ups did not pursue the matter. However, if they wanted to give the people the original amount, it was definitely not enough. When a heavy snow fell, County Magistrate Mu fell ill. The cold-hearted people took advantage of the ice to drag their families across the mud river to the Tang Empire. They were willing to do any kind of hard work. If they could stay, they would never go back. On the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, the new year was over. The capital was no exception. In the palace, Gao Lisher was not idle for a moment. He commanded a group of people to start sweeping the dust and carrying out the folk worship. Telegrams were frequently sent from all over the country. Those who had relatives outside and knew the exact location were willing to spend some money to report that they were safe. Perhaps it was because of the telegrams that it was convenient to transmit news. The local officials began to publicize the merits of the current emperor in the provincial capitals a long time ago. The lives of the common people were indeed much better than before, especially the newborns. The number of deaths was 10 times less than before. There was no longer a situation where 6 or 7 children were born, and the last one died. Hearing the summons from the prefectural government, The influential clans and local gentry took the lead and stamped their fingerprints on the 10,000 citizen forms and sent them to the capital. Looking at the distance and estimated the approximate time, those who arrived early would wait and meet on the day of the new year to send them to Lilongji. According to what Wang Wan had told Zhang Xiaobao, Lilongji was someone who rejoiced in grandiose deeds, but he hadn't appeared yet. When Lilongji saw the mountain of 10,000 citizen forms, he was only happy, but he did not dare to relax. After learning how vast the sea was, he understood the insignificance of a lake. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan say that the place could send a cannonball from Luzhou to the capital, he did not think that he had the ability to protect himself now. Moreover, Gao Lishur had deliberately placed the matter of the people of Sinro's Niha County on his desk. Li Longji was prepared to continue working hard. When the Great Tang's technology reached a level where it could find another powerful country and send a cannonball from the capital to the other country, he would think about it again. Summon Li Longji for me. Li Longji emerged from the pile of 10,000 citizen forms. He suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he ordered someone to look for Gao Lishur. A short while later, Gao Lishur, who was dressed in gray, hurried over. Your Majesty, you've summoned me? Yes, Yub. Li Longji asked in surprise when he saw Gao Lishur's battered appearance. Your Majesty, it's difficult to clear the ashes from the stove in the imperial kitchen, so I helped carry 2 baskets of ash. Zhang Xiaobao said in his letter that there will be gas, liquefied gas, and other things to replace firewood and coal in the future, but I don't know when I can see it. Your Majesty, is there something urgent? Gao Lishur did not dare to brush off the dust in front of the emperor, so he just stood a little further away from the emperor and spoke. Li Longji basically wanted to remind the Great Tang about the 10,000 citizen forms and the people of Sinro. However, when he heard Gao Lishur mention Zhang Xiaobao, he forgot about it for a moment. He glared and said angrily, I want to punish Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them did not do their duty as the solution emissary and ignored tens of millions of people, but ran to the Turks. Where do they put the imperial court's law? Yes, Your Majesty is right. The telegram said that the two of them are near Foam province and will arrive in a few days. Should we summon the two of them back to the capital quickly and hold the Ministry of Justice, Censorate, and Marble accountable for the same case? Gao Lishur followed the emperor's words and said, as if he would not give up until Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were arrested and brought to justice. This is not necessary, but it can't be avoided. I want to punish them with a year's salary. In addition, Zhang Xiaobai and the others, who did not cooperate with the security officer and secretly connived with Emissary Zhang and Emissary Wang, who were responsible for monitoring the situation, but did not report it and hid it from me in the capital. I hereby revoke their right to impeach from the censorate and also punish them with a year's salary. Li Longji emphasized the words pay penalty, as if it was an extraordinary punishment to show off his authority. The palace maids and eunuchs around lowered their heads and did not say anything. Most of them were looking at their shoes, which were issued by Zhang Xiaobai and Wang Wan. There were hollow places in the shoes, which were studied by a doctor who knew acupuncture. There were all kinds of small protrusions. They often ran around the palace, so it was easier than before. It was said that the cost of a pair of shoes was 3,000 copper coins. They did not know how much the annual salary of Zhang Jiedu and the others were. Was it enough to change shoes for everyone in the palace? Gao Lishur's face was full of bitterness. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao and the others will be punished for 10 years. Last time, because of the assassination, they were punished for 3 years. Adding the previous punishment, it's exactly 10 years. They still have to be punished. If they are not punished, it will not be enough to correct the law. If they are not punished, it will not be enough to appease the resentment of the people. If they are not punished, they will not dare to play tricks with me next time. Li Longji did not show any mercy and made the decision. Gao Lishur put on a good show to show that the emperor's justice was not to be trifled with. Then he bypassed the matter of deducting wages and bonuses and said, Your Majesty, if County Magistrate Zhang Xiaobai of Jianan County knows that you have revoked her right to impeach from the censorate, she will make a scene. Make a scene? How can I compromise because of her dereliction of duty and revoking her position? Today, I am looking for you for another matter. Now our country is at peace. Tens of thousands of countries have come to congratulate us. The people are happy and virtuous. However, in our Great Tang, there will always be officials with selfish motives. We must guard against them. We must not be like the people of Niha County in Xinhua. Therefore, I want to establish a new position to supervise the officials of our Tang. If an official is found to be deceiving the people, I will strictly investigate and punish him severely. Even the relatives of the imperial family will not be spared. I will patrol the territory of the Tang and investigate the faults of all officials. The military and political affairs will not be stopped. Those who are investigated, if they are not detailed, can be convicted on the spot. Li Longji then talked about the first thing he wanted to discuss with Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur kept nodding his head. When the emperor finished speaking, he asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, you want to set up a new department to patrol everywhere in the Tang Empire. Moreover, all the officials will be investigated and can be temporarily convicted. Then who will be chosen?" "Yes, that's what I was thinking. Naturally, there will be a lot of people. Just like the previous investigation of the bridge and paving of roads, there will be several rounds of inspection. If the people in front of you can't find anything wrong, and the people who came later find out, then the people in front of you will also be punished. I plan to send at least 3 rounds of inspection to each place. At that time, if the people want to spend money to bribe them, it will be a big crime. However, I am worried that even if we investigate 3 or 5 times in a row, some places will still have enough money and methods to bribe all the people patrolling." Coupled with the relationship between the imperial family and other clans, many people will not dare to investigate further. Therefore, I let Xiao Bei and the others be the head of this matter. I don't believe that there will be people who have enough money to bribe them, and I don't need to worry that they will be afraid of the imperial family and other clans. There are restaurants and shops all over the Tang Empire. I think that their intelligence work will be better than mine, the emperor. With them in charge, I want to see who will dare to not do their best. Li Longji thought that he had solved a very difficult problem. He was so happy that he didn't call himself Your Majesty. When he thought of the helplessness of the people being investigated and prepared to bribe Xiao Bei and the others, he felt that it was funny. "Ha ha ha ha, what do you think?" Li Longji finally couldn't hold back. After laughing for a while, he asked Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur understood. No wonder Xiao Bei's position had been removed so quickly. It turned out that he had an even bigger position to give to Xiao Bei and the others. Of course, he also didn't believe that the emperor really wanted Xiao Bei to manage this matter. In the end, it would fall into the hands of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was just that it wasn't good to directly give Jiedu so much power, so he made an exception. "Your Majesty's words are extremely correct. This subject can guarantee that Xiao Bei and the others will not be successfully bribed, and no one can afford to bribe them. However, this matter is of great importance and needs to be discussed in the imperial court after the new year. This subject is afraid that it will not pass. Whoever opposes this matter has a guilty conscience. We will investigate this matter first. Go, send a letter to Xiao Bao and the others. Tell them to pay attention to their safety. If someone has an unstable mind, then kill them." Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that Gao Lishur should go and deliver the message. He himself continued to admire the Wan Min Biao. Before the news from the capital could reach them, Zhang Xiaobao had already arrived in Feng Province. In the past, the inner city of Feng Province had a relatively tall earthen wall used to block Turkic attacks. Now, Feng Province didn't have any walls and was unimpeded. The people of Feng Province felt more stable than before. With the Zhang family and the Wang family overseeing the city, they didn't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by enemies. This was especially true with the cannons that had just been shipped in this year. With them, they didn't even have nightmares at night. The vast and mighty Turkic people had come to Feng Province. Seeing the current situation of Feng Province, it was impossible to say that they didn't have any other thoughts. However, no one dared to make a move. Just when they thought that they could live in Feng Province in the future, after only one night of rest, the group set out again the next day. Mo Jilian also didn't expect this. He found Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Zhang Xiaobao, where are you taking us? Aren't we staying in Feng Province?" "Staying in Feng Province so that you can rebel at any time? Let's go. This year, I'll spend the new year with you outside. I'll arrange a good place for all of you. For example, the leaders of your tribes will become officials in the capital. As for the rest of you, spread out and settle in the prosperous areas of the Great Tang. My Jili province will also take a portion. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide his wariness toward the Turks and spoke the truth. Mo Jilian couldn't refute this. If it were him, he also wouldn't have left them in Feng province. He worriedly asked, "Then can you guarantee that they will all have good lives?" "I can guarantee that they will all be treated equally. As long as they work hard, they will be treated like the other people of the Great Tang. Early on, someone will tell them what to do and what not to do. Someone will also teach them how to farm. If they can't learn in the first 2 years and their families can't live well, they will be given subsidies. Then will they be treated like the people of the Great Tang? There is no distinction between you and me. Those who enter my Great Tang are all subjects of the Great Tang. Can the children go to school and take the imperial examinations?" "Yes." "If there is a disaster, will there be a reduction in taxes?" "Not only will there be a reduction, but if the disaster is serious, there will also be food and money. Some people are bullied when they go to other small countries to do business, but there are also people who will fight for them for thousands of li. Let alone thousands of li, even thousands of li, there will be people responsible for taking back their dignity." "Then what are you aiming for?" "Aiming for the stability of the Turks in the future, to carry out strategic deployments so that we can continue to expand and plunder more good things from farther places. We will work for the peace of the world." Mo Jilian had nothing to ask this time, but he still couldn't understand how attacking and plundering other people had anything to do with peace. At this time, the Yellow River was sealed in ice, and there was no war, so it was naturally impossible to spend a large amount of money to buy cannonballs to blow up the river. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao divided the Turks into small groups. Some walked on the ice, some walked on the banks, and some were escorted toward the capital. Chapter 867. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raised its head. Mo Jilian's group took a detour to Xueqi County from the beginning of the year. They were worried about their own people, worried about the future, and in the process of learning more about the Tang Empire, they finally arrived at Xueqi County. There were not many people in the group. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left behind 100 guards. Xiao Bei and the others also followed with 50 guards. Then there were the leaders or important figures of the Turkic tribes like Mo Jilian. In total, there were about 70 people. As for their families, there were other arrangements. Because the Yellow River had just opened up, the surging water was filled with countless ice cubes. Therefore, no boats could be seen on the river, and no one continued to walk on the ice. This year, the several section was not like usual. The people were afraid that the ice was too thick and would drown. They happily prepared for spring plowing. This was because an artillery battalion had been pulled over before the beginning of spring, ready to explode the ice at any time. Mo Jilian and the others naturally could not see what had happened on the road they had already walked on. All they could see was the lively scene in Xueqi County. As soon as he entered the territory of Xueqi County, Kei Tachin was infected by the enthusiasm of the people. The sound of firecrackers, gongs, and drums shook the sky. Flags fluttered and ribbons fluttered. A big dragon held up by people meandered in the direction of the county. It's a good time. The second day of the second month, the dragon dance. As the local master, Zhang Xiaobao's face was also brimming with a happy smile. He introduced to Kei Tachin and the others. Mo Jilian watched the bustle and said regretfully, "I thought that Zhang Xiaobao had told us in advance to welcome us." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and did not reply. When they came, they were disguised as merchants and did not raise a flag to symbolize their identity. That was why the people of Xueqi County did not personally welcome them. This was the rule of Xueqi County. When foreign merchants came and wanted to do business, they could only enjoy the same treatment as the local merchants of Xueqi County. Perhaps thinking of this, Emoji sighed and said, "This trip, I have seen Zhang Xiaobao's ability to do business. Those who know will understand that you want to play along, but those who don't will think that you are so poor that you can't even pay for the reception. After deducting the expenses, you have earned about 20,000 coins, right?" Thank you. I made a small profit." Zhang Xiaobao said modestly and continued to move forward. Emoji was a few steps behind. He glanced at the silent Secret Service Officer K and asked, "Left Virtuous Prince, how is it?" Secret Service Officer K squeezed out a smile and said, "I admire you. We have more than 200 people. Starting from Fengzhou, Zhang Xiaobao spent 10,000 coins to buy a lot of dry food and other goods. At that time, we thought that he wanted to bring back to the capital. Who knew that he was doing business along the way, selling what he bought and paying for our accommodation and meals. In the end, when we arrived here, he actually made 20,000 coins. It doesn't look like much, just 20 coins. But the food and accommodation along the way, even if they deliberately avoided between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand, the place they arrived at was not bad. I estimate that it would not be enough for less than 300,000 coins. Also, he saw 2 carts of brocades shipped from Sichuan on the way and bought them. If we had people like him, we would not be in this situation today. No wonder the Tang Emperor Li Longji values him so much. In fact, he doesn't have to show off to us like this. He's not showing off to us, he's teaching his little sister how to do business. When those little guys grow up, they'll be extraordinary too. Our clan will be gone from now on. Mog couldn't help but show a pained expression when he thought of his clan being scattered to different places. As they walked forward, there were more people on the road. Some people who didn't want to join in the fun had already brought their tools to the fields to prepare for the spring plowing. Zhang Xiaobao's team slowed down and looked at the fields on both sides. Occasionally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would stop and ask a person resting on a ridge. After traveling for a few li, a few cars appeared by the side of the road ahead. There were also many people stopping in the fields. Zhang Xiaobao had the team stop as well. He leaned to the side and took out his clairvoyance to observe the people there. He saw an old man arguing with a middle-aged man. He looked very angry. Then, he walked to the side of the road. The middle-aged man lowered his head and followed behind. He seemed to be explaining something. Are they fighting? Mog asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. There may be a problem with the spring plowing plan. It may need to be replanned. I hope it won't delay the plowing time. How do you know? Mog was puzzled. You will know later. Zhang Xiaobao walked forward. It didn't take long before the old man came to the ridge by the roadside and sat on the ground angrily. The middle-aged man who followed him quickly took off his coat and asked the old man to stand up and spread the coat on the ground. Then he stood to the side and explained, Uncle Wang, the land here is fertile. If we plant beans, there will definitely be a lot of yield. That's why when the county was first planned, this area was planned as a soybean field. Please calm down, I'll immediately find someone to discuss and see if we can think of a way to satisfy both sides. Is that okay? The old man obviously didn't buy it, but his expression softened. He said to the middle-aged man earnestly, Second boy, since you said so, do it quickly. You are the county magistrate. Why don't you know how to look at the big picture? Do you think I don't know that the yield of beans in the fertile land is high? But if we plant beans, this land is close to the river. Do you still need water? If we do, all the beans will be washed away. If we don't, where will we get water for the rice fields? In the winter, when we collect manure as fertilizer, you are so careless. Look at the people you asked to add so much lime. If someone didn't see it, you would have burned all the land. It's not that I want to criticize you, but we all know that you want to achieve something. But it depends on the actual situation. You have to come up with a solution within 2 days, or you can't be the county magistrate anymore. Do you hear me? Uncle Wang, you're right. I'll get someone to replan the land and find a suitable place to plant beans. But this year, all the land in the county has been allocated. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. I'm so worried. Why don't we allocate some land on the mountain behind the first house in Linshui? I see a lot of empty land. We can allocate some land there and then the square beside the dock. Let's. The middle-aged man tried his best to explain. Before he finished, he was interrupted by the old man again. No one can touch the mountain behind the first house by the river. Are you waiting for someone to steal the things you planted at the square of the wharf? The people in the county won't touch it. There are so many people coming and going. Are you waiting to catch someone to show off your achievements? That mountain is useless. People who go to the mountain will see the beans. Won't it be another scenery? The middle-aged man continued to argue. Nonsense. That mountain was bought by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. At that time, the Zhang family became famous there. Then the people in the county lived a good life. If you change that place, Do you want to change the feng shui of the county? Then hand in the seal today. We don't need you to be the county magistrate. Wrong, Uncle Wang. I know I am wrong. I won't do anything to that place. Can you help me think of a suitable place to plant beans? The middle-aged man's waist was almost touching the ground as he begged. Mog and the others understood this time. The middle-aged man standing was the county magistrate of Xueqi County. The angry man sitting in the middle-aged man's clothes was a farmer in Xueqi County. The county magistrate was scolded because he made a mistake in his decision. Zhang Xiaobao, the county magistrate of Xueqi County, doesn't have any authority? Is he scolding like a grandson? Mog felt sorry for the county magistrate. He was an official, but he didn't have any temper. Before Zhang Xiaobao could speak, Xiao Bei sneered, "What authority? He should admit his mistakes. Xueqi County doesn't need to be so thick-skinned. An official who knows what he did wrong and continues to quibble is not a fool. No matter how much he quibbles, everyone knows the truth." What if he quibbles? Mog asked Xiao Bei deliberately. He was also a little confused by Xiao Bei's cute appearance. Xiao Bei stared at him and said even more cutely, "Quibbling and escaping will result in dismissal. Any official who is dismissed from Xueqi County can forget about being an official in Tang. Am I right? Look at me, I'm talking to you too." Xiao Bei's voice was loud and the middle-aged man heard it. When he looked over, Xiao Bei saw him and questioned him. Yes, admit your mistakes. I am not thick-skinned." The middle-aged man nodded. At this time, the old man also turned his head and looked at Xiao Bei. He felt that Xiao Bei didn't look like a local, so he said unhappily, "Little kid, who are you? You don't need to talk about my Xueqi County's officials. County Magistrate Liu, don't worry about outsiders. I will find someone to discuss this matter. County Magistrate Liu, don't think too much. You have to do what you have to do. Who doesn't make a mistake in their life?" This time, not only was Mog surprised, but the other Tibetans were also curious. What kind of place was Xueqi County? The farmer had reprimanded a county magistrate as if he was his grandson, but in the blink of an eye, he was defending him. It was really confusing. Xiao Bei didn't get angry. He turned his head and said to Mog, "See, this is Xueqi County. Family matters are solved by family members and outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Old grandpa, I am also from Xueqi County. Do you want me to think of a good idea for you?" "Little kid, who are you? Why are you with a group of outsiders?" The old man stood up and shook the clothes that he was sitting on. He put them back on the middle-aged man and asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled and showed two dimples. "How am I an outsider? They will be one of us in the future. My brother and sister will bring them back and they will become citizens of Tang. Who am I? I am the cutest and smartest little princess of Zhongjia Zhuangzi in Tuqiao village of Xueqi County, Zhang Xiaobei. This is the stupidest Wang Xiaoyuan. Do you see? Don't mention me. You can't elevate yourself by belittling me. Who are you? Just now you said you would think of a way. Think of a way." Xiaoyuan, who had been silent, was not satisfied. When the old man heard Xiao Bei's self-introduction, he was suddenly shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were standing behind Xiao Bei. His eyes opened wider and wider. He looked carefully and asked tentatively, "Xiaobao, cuckoo?" "Hello, Grandpa Wang." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saluted at the same time. "Oh, it really is our cutest little princess, Xiao Bei. Come and let Grandpa give you a hug." "I have heard of such a person, but I have never seen her before. I was wondering which family's daughter could be so beautiful, like a flower. So it is our Xiao Bei." For a moment, the old man forgot about farming. His stern face turned into a flower as he picked up the already heavy Xiao Bei. He was extremely happy. The county magistrate next to him was nervous and did not know what to do. He wanted to go up and greet them, but he did not dare. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but he did not dare. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ranks. Even if they were not officials, the whole county magistrate would tremble when they stamped their feet in Xueqi County. That. For a moment, the county magistrate did not know how to express himself. He rubbed his hands anxiously but could not say a complete sentence. You are County Magistrate Lu, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned to the county magistrate and asked. Yes, it is this official, Lord Zhang. Please give me your orders. Just now. This year. County Magistrate Lu did not know what to say. He knew that if they really wanted to remove him from his position, these two legendary figures in front of him did not have to do it personally. As long as Xiao Bei, who was being picked up, said something, not to mention a county magistrate, even a provincial governor would have to be removed. The people of Xueqi County were very active in collecting information on Zhang Wang's family. As long as there was something going on, they would know. At this time the old man helped to speak up. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and our cutest Xiao Bei, County Magistrate Lu is not bad. When he was a registrar, he did well in accounting. Last year, when he became a county magistrate, he ran around all day. It can be said that he has done his best. Grandpa Wang, I did not say that I would do anything to him. He planted beans in the field last year. Can he continue to plant beans this year? Is that right, County Magistrate Lu? Zhang Xiaobao naturally could not remove him from his position just because he made a mistake. Since he was an official approved by the people of Xueqi County, he would not be bad. The people's hearts were not so easily bullied. County Magistrate Lu nodded vigorously. Yes, during the planning, we planted beans in the field last year. This year we will plant rice. Because we need to clear the silt in the river, after the rice is harvested, we will directly pluck the fields. The soil will be more fertile. But during the planning we forgot. What should we do? What should we do? We can only mend the pen after the sheep is lost. This year, we will not plant beans in Xueqi County. Send people to Fengzhou to get seeds. This year, we will plant pasture in the barren lands of Xueqi County. You organize people to go there and buy cattle and sheep, especially those that need to give birth. During the summer, we will make milk products and send them to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office to sell. Since Zhang Xiaobao had encountered this, he could not ignore it. County Magistrate Lu knew what was called secret farming. It was like the poppies that were planted in the past. When they were planted, they would be sent to the Dei Medical School. For him it was normal to know these things. It would be abnormal if he did not know. To be able to be the county magistrate of Xueqi County, he must have the ability. He then asked about the necessities of life. The price of salt has decreased slightly, mainly because there are more places to dry salt. The manufacturing of ships is also more advanced. The profit of selling salt has not changed. The quantity has increased by 20%, so the price has decreased by 20%. As for oil, the price of soybean oil and rapeseed oil has increased slightly. One is that there are more livestock, so there is more lard, so the locals like to eat lard more. The other is that the people south of the Yellow River like to eat vegetable oil. Most of it is shipped and sold there, so the taxes have increased. It's better to eat vegetable oil as much as possible. I will write a notice later, saying that eating too much lard is not good for health. No, I will say that lard can be made into wax. Keep more of it and try to sell it to the areas where there is less lard to lower the price of vegetable oil. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that more people would get cardiovascular disease if they ate too much lard. He wanted to mention it in the county, but he was afraid that because of his words, there would be more market for vegetable oil and the price would be pushed to a higher position. Therefore, he could only take a roundabout way. County Magistrate Lu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will remember it. I will talk about it later. After the beginning of spring, the price of garlic has increased a lot. It has doubled the usual price. Should we find a good place to plant more garlic? Garlic has increased? How did it increase? Did it increase all at once or little by little? At this time Wang Wan, who had been silent at the side, suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to know. He knew that people at this time liked to eat garlic. Many people asked if there was any garlic when they went to a restaurant. If there was, they would go in and eat without turning around. It was said that garlic and meat were delicious when chewed together. He didn't think so. He only knew that it tasted good when eaten with sausages. County Magistrate Lu thought for a while and replied, "It has increased twice. The first time was just after the new year and the price increased by 30%. The second time was a few days ago and the price suddenly increased by 2 times. It is said that the places where garlic is produced were bought by big businessmen. It is estimated that the price will increase again. The people in Xueqi County are more prudent and there is no panic buying. I heard that the price of garlic in other places is higher. As long as there is garlic, it will be sold out immediately. I don't know what happened. I always feel that someone is doing it deliberately, but I can't think of a way." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "County Magistrate Lu, go do your work. We will walk and watch. We won't disturb you." County Magistrate Lu acted like he was pardoned and obediently stepped aside. When Zhang Xiaobao and the others walked away, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said to the yamen runner beside him, "I was scared to death. Fortunately, I didn't relax. The young master of the Zhang family is really amazing. He can even find a lot of errors in the data. If we randomly check the data, he will definitely find the problem. It will feel like he has never left the county." The yamen runners also looked admiring. Song Yang, who was still a yamen runner and became the new arrestor, said with a smile, "Sir, young Master Zhang is certainly not ordinary. You should know that when Sanshui County was changed from Zhongxian to Shangxian, many people said that it was young Master Zhang who promoted it. At that time, there was no master from his family. Sanshui County is the foundation of his family. How could he not do his best? People say that he is a little immortal." Wang Wan didn't know that people were talking about her and Zhang Xiaobao behind their backs. At this time, she lowered her head and thought about something. She didn't wake up until the road in front of her suddenly widened and she heard the sound of running water. She found that they had reached a small river. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did someone deliberately increase the price of garlic?" "Probably," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Then what should we do? This kind of thing is the most terrible thing to encounter. In the end, even if there is a way, the real leader will run away. Only those who follow the hype will be unlucky. At that time, the garlic will have changed hands at least 3 times. Should we issue an order to arrest all those who hoard garlic?" Wang Wan thought of herself. From 100 years ago until she and Zhang Xiaobao came, she didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of thing. She was worried. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Why should we arrest people? Garlic isn't a necessity in life, unlike grains, oil, and salt. I know that you remember the past. At that time, you knew that the real big fish were all the elders in the capital who were officials or were officials in the past. Not to mention cooking garlic, even if they were cooking something more important, who could do anything to them? Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the present. There are many people who like to eat garlic. How can it not be a necessity? Today they are cooking garlic. If you don't stop them, they will cook something else tomorrow. Even if they decide to deal with it in the end, many people will suffer losses. This won't do. I will write a letter to the capital and tell Li Longji." Wang Wan was very anxious. She knew that this wasn't just a problem with the price of garlic. If it wasn't handled well, the people's trust in the imperial court would decrease. As she spoke, she wanted to enter the carriage to write a letter. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and stopped her, saying, "Do you really want to use administrative orders to solve the economic problem? Didn't I say before that we shouldn't do this unless we have no other choice? Administrative orders are useful, but there are also many drawbacks. It will make the other party feel that the imperial court is incompetent and continue to find loopholes to attack. Although political economy is a combined study, it can't be used like this. If buying garlic is hoarding, then what about buying ginger? Buying onions? Buying cloth? How do you locate it? Aren't you afraid that the local officials will take the opportunity to do as you wish? Let me tell you this. If I were a merchant and you gave the order to crack down on garlic hoarding, I would immediately change it to something else. If you directly said to crack down on hoarding, then the local officials might be arrested by the merchants. Merchants will definitely have stock in their inventory when they do business. Does that count as hoarding? Then what about the negotiation? Get them together to discuss it. Scare them and give them benefits so that they won't be so greedy." Wang Wan thought of another method. They want to earn 1,000,000 strings of cash. After you negotiate with them, even if you scare them, they will earn less. They won't say anything and will endure it. When the garlic is harvested next year, they won't accept it and will try their best to lower the price. Every industry has its own rules. Who would dare to casually accept it? What will happen to the people who grow the garlic? This kind of thing will backfire. Then, won't you negotiate with them again? Don't you find it embarrassing? If they ask you, what do you mean? If you can't sell it at a high price or low price, wouldn't it be better to send officials to do business? Your imperial court will set whatever price you want. What do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang Wan and asked. Wang Wan held back her anger and thought, it will become a purely planned economy. When the time comes, the farmers will lose their motivation and there will be problems with business. After all, people who are good at business usually don't become officials. Those who can become officials will need to spend more energy on officialdom, and that will make it even more chaotic. Just like if we didn't come, there would be a salt tax in the Tang dynasty, causing the price of salt to rise. What should we do then? Why don't we use our family's business to cooperate with them? Economic problems are best solved by economic means. Cooperate with them? Negotiate? Did I give them face? Isn't it just the price of garlic? I'll let them rise and lose money. Later, investigate who is the leader. I'll make it difficult for them to do anything in the future. Zhang Xiaobao scoffed at this kind of compromise and said contemptuously. Wang Wan smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm. I knew that Xiaobao would have a way. You have thought of a way to deal with the situation that just happened. Quick, tell me what to do. There's no hurry. Let's go to the county and rest first. We won't let them have an easy time. Let's confirm it first. If the situation is not like what we said, the method we came up with will be useless. How can it not be? There's no news of a big disaster in the garlic area. The price suddenly changed so much. It's strange if it's not strange. Are we going to buy garlic from other places and sell it here? We can't buy garlic from anywhere. As long as we buy it, that place will definitely raise the price. Don't you think it's better to steam eggplant and eat it with sauce than to fry it directly? Each has its own taste. What does it have to do with eggplant? It doesn't matter. I'm going to steam eggplant today. When there are more potatoes in the future, we'll steam them and eat them together. Just thinking about it makes me drool. What's the plan? We'll talk about it when we get back. Zhang Xiaobao and the others strolled toward the county of Xueqi County. They walked until night time, but they did not reach the county. They just arrived at the river that connected to the capital. As the people of Xueqi County were rich, they lived in two-story houses. Their demand for other things was also high. Countless street lamps were erected on both sides of the river. In the entire Great Tang, apart from Luzhou and the capital, only Xueqi County had the ability to do so. The lights of the street lamps were not very stable. They flickered. If the hydroelectric generator beside the river turned fast, the street lamps would light up. If it turned slow, the street lamps would naturally dim. Even so, Secret Service K and the others were shocked. They looked at the caravans walking on the river under the street lamps in the dark night. Some people who could not sleep came over with shrimp cages to fish for shrimp. The more than 70 people thought that they were no longer in the mortal world. These are the street lamps I saw in the capital. Mo Jilian's gaze followed the river. After being mesmerized by the gorgeous colors on both sides of the river, he introduced them to Secret Service K, who was also in a daze. I wonder if my tribe has the same thing? With the light, I think the wolves don't dare to easily attack the sheep pen at night, right? Secret Service K was envious. At the same time, he knew the difference between his tribe and the people of Great Tang. In his tribe, it was more extravagant to light candles. When they used oil lamps, the people of Great Tang had electric lamps. How comfortable would it be to go out for a stroll in the summer when you couldn't sleep at night? Yes, it was just like what was happening in the pavilion not far away. Chapter 869. Zhang Jiuling, who had been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was leisurely sitting in front of his desk. He held a glass of warm orange juice in his hands. It was said that the Bei juicing group was worried that the spring would lack nutrients, so it was specially provided by the central government. The Bei Juicing Group was located in a 40-square-meter room on the corner of the third floor of the Savant's restaurant. Zhang Jiuling's mind was not on the juice. A memorial had just been sent to him. It was about the recent price increase of a certain commodity. The price of garlic in Hunan province had skyrocketed, and the person in charge of the investigation had sent a report that was uncertain of the extent of the damage. In the past, the Ministry of Revenue had rarely paid attention to the changes in the price of these goods. However, starting from 5 years ago, people began to pay attention to it. Once the new assistant minister took office, Zhang Jiuling, he began to strengthen the collection of information in this area. Li Longji was also very supportive of Zhang Xiaobao's decision. After witnessing Zhang Xiaobao's terrifying methods, he was afraid that someone would learn from him. Hunan Province Wind Logistics Group? The name is Wind. How can logistics affect the price of garlic? Aren't they in charge of transportation? Zhang Jiuling could not think of how a logistics company could affect a certain commodity. He read the contents again. A name made his heart tighten. Wind Bridge Shoji. Japanese? Wind Logistics is Japanese. Little Japan is indeed up to no good. This won't do. I have to send it to Her Majesty quickly. When Zhang Jiuling saw the name of the Japanese, he did not think that it was normal price changes. He raised his head and drank the juice in his glass. His stomach felt warm. He organized the memorial and hurriedly walked to a nearby room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Jiuling reported to an old man who was half lying on a chair with a worried expression. "Old minister, it's not good. Someone is going to make a move on Tang's garlic." Old minister was referring to Wang Bei. He was in his 70s, and his body was still healthy. Every 10 years, there would be a professional medical staff to check on him. He did not care about the trivial matters. Only when something serious happened would he be called. At this time, he was reading a book written by Zhang Xiaobao. Deliberately leaving financial management loopholes is a temptation for financial personnel. He rocked his chair and savored it carefully. He felt that it was very reasonable, especially the sentence, "Those who are in a financial management environment with opportunities for corruption for a long time will easily grow old." Suddenly hearing Zhang Jiuling's voice, the old minister was startled. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Jiuling. His eyes were full of doubts. Attack the garlic? How to use magic? Could it be that he had to beat up the garlic? Beat the garlic cloves into a paste? Are there dumplings for lunch today? My old minister, don't think about eating anymore. The price of garlic has increased abnormally. It has already doubled. Hurry up and think of a way. We can't let it continue to increase. Otherwise, we won't be able to find garlic to eat dumplings. In Zhang Jiuling's eyes, Wang Bei was no longer steady, but slow. Wang Bei's squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his face became serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, there must be a reason for the price fluctuation of any product. If we lead it to good, it will be a blessing for the people. If we lead it to evil, it will be a disaster for the people. We must investigate. Let me take a look." Zhang Jiuling hurriedly passed the memorial to Wang Bei. Wang Bei carefully looked at it. When he read from beginning to end, he suddenly said, "Oh, Wind Logistics, the problem lies with them." What are you waiting for? Arrest him. Arrest Fengqiao Shoji and ask him what his intentions are. Arrest? Old minister, why should we arrest him? Zhang Jiuling did not expect Wang Bei to arrest him immediately. Why? Just because you suspect that he is disrupting the price. Wang Bei replied. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. Old minister, that won't do. If we arrest him without evidence, won't the merchants be disappointed? Can't our great Tang tolerate a Japanese merchant? Can't the price of all goods be increased in the future? That's not the case. Hurry up and find evidence. Wang Bei also thought of this problem. Once we find the evidence, won't the price of garlic increase by 10 times? The people who should be lost have already been lost. Even if we kill him, it's useless. We can't take the money he earned and ask each and every one of them who bought garlic, right? Zhang Jiuling did not care if they could arrest Fengqiao Shoji or not. He was thinking about how many people would be lost from the beginning to the end. Wang Bei thought for a while and said, "Yes, arresting him is not the goal. Once the matter is out of control, Even if we arrest him and settle the matter, it will only mean that we have failed in our duties. A good fighter will not have outstanding achievements. We have to eliminate the threat before it sprouts. We don't want to wait until many people are lost before we stand out to settle the matter. We don't want that kind of credit. What we want is to make people unable to see the credit. It is like an abyss, calm and not majestic. Old Minister, that's what I mean. I don't want to wait until the matter is out of control and then suppress the credit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will despise me, Zhang Jiuling said excitedly. He remembered what Zhang Xiaobao had done in Jili province. There were many people who wanted to take advantage of Jilin province, but they didn't have to wait for the real action. Zhang Xiaobao easily controlled the other party. When he was scheming against people, it was not obvious. It was not as obvious as when other officials put out a riot in a place. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that the whole northern Hebei province was very reassuring. They felt that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Li Shiqiang were there, nothing would happen. This was the real way to rule a country. While Zhang Jiuling was thinking about things, Wang Bei had already dressed up. He drank a big mouthful of tea and pulled Zhang Jiuling out of the room. This is an important matter to discuss with His Majesty. If they succeed this time, they will do it again. Do they think that there is no one in Tang? In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Wu Huifei were enjoying the flowers together. They were all wild flowers dug from the mountains. Few of them were blooming. Most of them only had green leaves, and some of them had buds. The small buds could only be seen very close. Beside Wu Huifei was Princess Tai Hua. It was not clear whether she was the one that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao talked about, but the various things that Wang Wan said did not happen now. Princess Tai Hua was very cute. Li Jun and Pan who were older than her, were very curious and always wanted to touch her. Empress Wang was naturally the pair of twins, Jun and Pan who were in her arms. Before the new year, they were sent back by Zhang Wang clan. They had not left for more than a month. One reason was that Empress Wang kept a tight watch on the harem. It was not easy for someone to hurt the two children. The other reason was that Wu Huifei was not in the mood to fight with Empress Wang now. Wu Huifei knew that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not fall, she would not have any hope of winning against Empress Wang. But how difficult would it be to make them fall? Last time, when they were playing in the lake, even the emperor had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the two people in the Tang Empire. Li Longji enjoyed the peace in the harem. He looked at his children for a while, then at his two women, and finally at the wild flowers. These wild flowers are like the people in the world. They will not wither unless there is a drought. They will not die unless there is a flood. Why do the dynasties change? Compared to the drought and flood, the government is fiercer. I know. As long as there is a way to live, they will not rebel. Because Li Jun did not grow up in the harem and rarely came back, she did not have many scruples when speaking. When she heard her father speak, she immediately continued the conversation. Li Longji happily looked at his 3-year-old son and praised, "Junior really knows a lot." That's right, as long as there is a path to survival, no one is willing to rebel. To be able to force them into a dead end, the person in charge is definitely not simple. Come, let Daddy hug you. Li Jun ran to Li Longji and opened her arms for him to hug. She took out the crushed baked potato chips from her small bag and stuffed them into Li Longji's mouth. Father, eat the chips. Li Longji recognized the chips immediately and muttered, "When I wanted to eat them," he wrote back saying that there was no more. "Where did you get them now? A year's salary penalty is too light." "Father, Grandpa Zhang said that next year, no, this year, there will be a lot of chips." "Is that true?" Li Jun did not understand what her father meant by a year's salary penalty. She only wanted to eat chips every day. "It's true. Apart from chips, there are more good things. There are rare treasures overseas, and there is a greater threat." Li Longji began to think about the powerful country that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. Your Majesty, bad news. Someone is making a move against Tang." Li Longji, who was enjoying the peace of his family, did not have time to suppress the worry in his mind when Wang Bei's shout suddenly rang from outside. The old man was not stopped. He brought Zhang Jiuling directly into the courtyard of Xingqing Palace.
He was sweating profusely from the rush. Li Longji shuddered. His expression changed slightly as he asked anxiously, "Did they attack? Did Lu Zhou send the news? How many gunships did they lose? Do they still have the will to resist?" "They're attacking? Gunships? Your Majesty, who's attacking? Did the Zhang family and the Wang family rebel? Did they send gunships to the capital?" Wang Bei was confused. He followed the topic and asked. Only then did Li Longji realize that it was not that country. He heaved a long sigh and waved his hand. "No, no one's rebelling. Tell me in detail what Minister Wang said about making a move against Tang. Servants, give him a seat." A palace maid brought a stool and let Wang Bei sit on it. Wang Bei raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. He took out the memorial and handed it to the emperor as he said, "Your Majesty, the price of garlic has been increasing abnormally recently. I'm afraid that someone is deliberately raising the price. Please investigate this matter thoroughly." "Japanese? Wind logistics? What's your concern?" After reading the memorial, Li Longji pondered for a moment and asked Wang Bei, "Your Majesty, this is what I think." Wang Bei told the emperor about the matter he discussed with Zhang Jiuling. There were speculations and concerns, but there was no way to solve it. Li Longji listened quietly. When Wang Bei finished, he thought for a while and said, "What Minister Wang said is correct. If we arrest him now, we won't have any evidence to prove that he's hoarding garlic, and we won't be able to catch him raising the price of garlic. Good plan, really good plan. It's not easy to have such a capable person in Japan. We'll take action when the new garlic is not out yet. By the time we find the evidence, the disaster will have already happened. Minister Wang, do you have a solution?" "Your Majesty, this subject can't think of a solution. Why don't we gather all the officials to discuss this matter so that we won't delay too much and suffer more losses?" Wang Bei helplessly replied. He really didn't have a solution. Li Longji also thought so. Soon, a few important officials were gathered. They looked at the memorial and admired Fengqiao Shoji for coming up with such a solution. Li Linfu narrowed his eyes and pondered. Wind logistics solution broadened his horizons. Logistics was naturally responsible for transporting goods, and there was a guarantee of compensation. Generally, logistics would want to lower the compensation price so that even if there was a problem, they wouldn't suffer too much loss. Wind logistics was special. They offered 3 times the compensation according to the goods themselves. At the same time, they extended the review period of the compensation. The compensation would be paid within 3 months. The shipping price was also very low, half of other logistics. They also used the limited number of vehicles as an excuse to selectively accept orders. The orders they accepted were all for transporting garlic. In the end, not long after the garlic was transported, they told the owner that the goods were lost and they were willing to pay 3 times the compensation. Therefore, the people who lost the goods were not angry. Instead, they were very happy. This was more profitable than directly transporting the goods and selling them. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky. After the first batch of garlic was lost, the people who collected the garlic found a good way to make money. They began to collect large amounts of garlic and let Wind Logistics transport it. In the end, the garlic was lost after each shipment. With Wind Logistics deposit in the Great Tang Bank as a guarantee, the people who collected the garlic were relieved. They tried everything to collect the garlic and raised the price again and again. They were not afraid of the compensation and were even willing to borrow money to collect the garlic. As a result, the price of garlic increased. Wind Logistics did not have any evidence to prove that they were hoarding the price. They were logistics, and losing things was not a good thing. They did not directly participate in the increase in the price of garlic and did not organize merchants to do so. If they wanted to arrest them, they couldn't just casually charge them. Aya, amazing. I didn't expect that a mere logistics company could do such a thing. It seems that they are not inferior to Zhang Xiaobao, Li Linfu said after reading the memorial. Zhang Zhong was unhappy when he heard Li Linfu's words. How could a Japanese be compared to his godlike son? He coldly snorted and said, "If my son wanted to cause trouble, would he only use such small tricks? My son is not willing to use such tricks in our Great Tang. Wind Logistics, fluorescent light." Li Longji nodded in agreement. Xiaobao has done a great service to our Great Tang.
If he was not a citizen of the Great Tang, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Japan is just a small trick, but it should not be allowed to be so rampant. My lords, do you have any good ideas? This subject thinks that we can ask Military Governor Zhang at this time. Li Linfu saw that Zhang Zhong was unhappy and pushed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao really could not do anything. Chapter 870. Li Longji listened to the officials argue back and forth, but in the end, they all wanted to find Zhang Xiaobao. He was extremely dissatisfied. In his view, it was better to only find Zhang Xiaobao when there was no other way. If he could avoid using Zhang Xiaobao, he would avoid using Zhang Xiaobao. Otherwise, if he needed Zhang Xiaobao every time there was a problem, what was the point of having other people? What if he exhausted Zhang Xiaobao to death? Seeing that none of the officials could come to a decision, his expression gradually darkened. Could it be that none of you have been attentively studying Xiaobao's books? When it comes to economic matters, there must be a reason. You can either lead the way or cut off the foundation. If it really doesn't work, you can still compete with the other party in terms of attrition. Xiaobao sent word a few days ago that he was busy with the Turkic matter. Don't distract him, right? Your subjects are incompetent, the officials replied in unison, bowing in tacit agreement. Yu Wenrong straightened up and suggested, Your Majesty, since you want economic matters, why don't you ask the people on the top ranking of billionaires for advice and use commerce to govern commerce? Who does minister you think is suitable? Li Longji indicated for Yu Wenrong to continue. This subject has heard that there are many new talents on the ranking, and that the names of the people on the ranking change frequently. But no matter how many changes there are, the top 3 have never been replaced. The other people on the ranking also have considerable wealth. The third person on the ranking is a great merchant from Hadong Road. He seems to be in charge of all the merchant associations in Hadong Road. The second person is Song Jinggong from Xueqi County. In the past, he had always been in the first place, and it could be said that he had received Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. But since last year, he has fallen to second place. The first person is Xin Heir, who is of marriageable age, the granddaughter of the former Minister of Revenue, Bai Go. However, many people said that it was not because she was powerful, but because she had someone by her side who was now hiding behind her. Her name was Feng Lu and she had a younger brother, Feng Xiaoman. He was a family that had fled from Tuqiao village in Xueqi County. He was valued by the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was very intelligent and learned a lot of things. He had settled down in the Joy residence and studied the ways of finance diligently. This subject believes that we can ask Feng Lu to come over and ask about the plan. Using the spear of Shang to attack the shield of Shang, we will definitely gain something. Also, that by Xin Heir is currently in charge of the largest clothing and toy stores in our dynasty. Anyone from the Great Tang is proud to be able to own one of these 2 stores. They should have quite a bit of money on hand. Other than Zhang Zhong and Zhang Jiuling, who were familiar with the names mentioned by Yu Wenrong, the others only knew of the former minister Bai Go. It was not because of Bai Go's great achievements, but because Bai Go was able to live. He was almost 80 years old, but he was still able to wander around. Furthermore, he liked to be a storyteller. He would often go to a certain tavern to chat and exchange for some wine, dishes, and tea. This made people envious and speechless. Li Longji usually did not ask about this kind of thing. When he heard that the number 1 of the richest people had changed, he was very curious. There is such a thing? Good. Go and ask Feng Lu to come over. Let her think of a solution. South of the Yellow River, eastern capital Luoyang. As the winter snow melted, rows of oxen were plowing the fields outside the city. Carts of compost were piled up in the fields and scattered everywhere by people. As the fields were turned up, the compost gradually mixed with the soil in the fields. The busy people's faces were red from the wind, but it couldn't hide the joy that came from their hearts. There were countless people coming and going in the city. Carriages and horses were clamoring. The restaurants and tea houses were already filled with all kinds of people by noon. Some were walking, some were resting, some were working, and some were drinking turbid wine, accompanied by a plate of side dishes. There were also scholars who were preparing to go to the capital to participate in the spring imperial examination. They were discussing the current political situation and the ways of learning. They were waiting for the warm weather to continue for a few more days before they took the fast boats specially prepared for the high scholar candidates to go to the capital. Firstly, the boats were fast and there was no need to worry about delays. Secondly, the capital was expensive. Those who were not rich did not dare to stay for long. There were also merchants who took advantage of the arrival of spring to inquire about the prices of various places. They had professional smiles on their faces. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, whenever they met someone in the same trade, they would find something to talk about. This way, when they needed to be together in the future, they would not seem so distant. If one were to ask which restaurant was the best in Luoyang, it would naturally be between the clouds and the water, not far from Luoyang's capital. It was a 5-story building. The bottom 2 floors were cast from cement and steel. There were all kinds of exquisite patterns in between, complementing the fragrant green grass in front of the restaurant. The top 3 floors were made of mahogany, with ribbons dancing in the wind. The transparent glass windows, the warm winter and cool summer environment, and the feeling of gazing into the distance made between the clouds and the water in the eastern capital a place for the rich and powerful to show off their status. At this time, in the 5th floor of the Luo Water Pavilion, there were 3 people sitting by the window. Below them was the gurgling Luo water. Above them were floating clouds. The room was neither hot nor cold. The temperature indicator hovered between 25 and 26 degrees. Lord Yamamoto, you've worked hard. Storing and storing garlic is an important matter. With Lord Yamamoto's hard work, I can finally free up my hands to do other things. One of the 3 people sitting in a triangle raised his wine cup and loudly praised the person sitting in front of him. The person called Yamamoto had no joy on his face. On the contrary, he was rather worried. Hearing the other party praise him, he also raised his wine cup and said, "Lord Yamamoto, you were the one who suggested this. I was just running errands, so you can't say that I've worked hard. If we're talking about hard work, Lord Yamamoto has worked harder than me. Lord Yamamoto has been busy using the garlic he stored up as collateral, obtaining short-term money from other people and depositing it in a bank so that the merchants who collect the garlic can rest easy. His contribution is greater than mine. And also, Lord Yamamoto, you were able to think of a good plan to raise the price of garlic. As long as we wait for 3 months, we'll definitely have a great harvest. We'll be able to buy many good things from the Great Tang and transport them back to our country." No. Lord Yamamoto downed the wine in his cup in one gulp and exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. He shook his head and said, "I'm not buying things back. I'm continuing to make money with money." The Great Tang sold their useless cloth to Japan in exchange for a large amount of sulfur and silver. Many people in our country don't know about the Great Tang's insidiousness, but I can't ignore it. Once I've earned enough money, I'll buy their technology and their good craftsmen back to build ships, cannons and guns. Lord Yamamoto, who had been listening this entire time, had already drunk 3 cups of strong wine, but he hadn't touched a single bite of food. When he heard Lord Yamamoto's words, he worriedly said, "Lord Yamamoto, it's already not easy to earn money in the Great Tang. It's best if we stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobao realizes what's going on, we'll be at a disadvantage." "Lord Yamamoto, I don't like what you're saying. We haven't broken the laws of the Great Tang. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is, he's still a human, not a god. I hope that he'll know as soon as possible so that I can compete with him and let him know the methods of the Japanese." Lord Yamamoto clearly didn't think highly of Zhang Xiaobao. When he thought about fighting with Zhang Xiaobao, he seemed eager to give it a try. When Lord Yamamoto heard Zhang Xiaobao's name, his face immediately paled. His hand that was about to pour wine couldn't help but tremble. In the end, he put down the wine pot and advised, "Lord Yamamoto, don't provoke him. Lord Windbridge, don't provoke Zhang Xiaobao. I heard that he is not in the capital, nor is he in Jili province. There are rumors that he went to the Turkic Khaganate. Since he is not here, the 3 months are up. Let's finish this deal and see how he reacts. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." "Lord Yamamoto, I'm not you. I won't buy cement and turn it into hard lumps. I also won't spend a lot of money to buy radishes and plant them like ginseng. Don't blame me for your failure. The price of garlic has already risen. Even if he knows, he can't do anything about it. This time, I've shipped over 1 million strings of silver and sulfur from the country. I can't just earn a little and go back. Lord Yamamoto, you have to quickly exchange all the sulfur and silver for Great Tang's money. 3 months later, I'll enter other industries. You have to listen to my orders and contribute to Japan together. Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto gloomily looked at Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto. He was clearly dissatisfied with their cowardice. Yes. Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto replied respectfully at the same time. Lord Yamamoto revealed a troubled expression. Lord Yamamoto, Great Tang no longer uses copper coins and silver. The silver we brought isn't easy to sell. Ordinary people don't need so much sulfur, and the production of firecrackers is strictly controlled. If we want to sell it to them, the purity of the sulfur must meet the requirements. Furthermore, Konan province doesn't allow people to refine sulfur privately. We have to think of other ways. Sulfur can't be refined privately, so we can sell it to the place where it is refined. The price can be lowered so that the people who collect the sulfur can benefit. I'm in urgent need of money. Sell the silver to the jewelry shop. You have to contact more merchants in this area. If there's no other way, we can use the silver to exchange for money. I need a large amount of cash to carry out the next plan. Lord Yamamoto was once again dissatisfied with Lord Yamamoto's efficiency. Lord Yamamoto looked at the wine and dishes in front of him and suddenly suggested, "We can send the silver directly to the Great Tang Bank as collateral to exchange for a loan. That bank can eat a lot of silver, but the value of the silver will be much lower. 1 tael of silver can only be used for a loan of 400 copper coins. It won't be the same as before. Collateral. Hurry up and do it. As long as I have Great Tang's money, I can earn even more. Don't hesitate and don't be afraid of the loan amount. Cash, cash. I need a large amount of cash." For the sake of his plan, Lord Yamamoto no longer cared about the depreciation of silver. He believed that as long as he had enough currency in Great Tang, he could do many things that others didn't dare to dream of. This time, Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto didn't try to persuade Lord Yamamoto. No matter how Lord Yamamoto saw it, they could only follow suit. After all, he was the leader. However, the worry in their hearts didn't lessen. This was a matter that affected the livelihood of the people, and Zhang Xiaobao would definitely interfere if he knew about it. Lord Yamamoto hoped that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be so sensitive to the price of garlic when he received the news later. Chapter 871. Feng Lu came to Xingqing Palace the next day. She went to Wanyan County to arrange the spring clothing exhibition yesterday and didn't make it back in time. Other than Zhang Zhong, none of the officials invited by Li Longji had seen Feng Lu before. Even Zhang Jiuling had only seen her portrait, which was drawn by that old butler of his who didn't do his job properly. The current Feng Lu couldn't find the weak and pitiful appearance she had when she was escaping. She had turned into a slender young lady. She wore a light yellow long dress with a slanted lapel, and half of her exposed calves were covered by a pair of light blue leather boots. Her hair was let down, and there was only a large butterfly clip at the top. Wei Wei's curled eyelashes fluttered occasionally, giving off a serene and dignified feeling. However, there was a string of bells on her wrist, which jingled when she moved, adding a hint of liveliness to her appearance. 2 different styles appeared on the same person, giving a huge visual impact. All the officials, including Li Longji, were stunned. Sanshui Tuqiao Village's Zhang family's deacon, Feng Lu greets your majesty and all the lords. Greetings. Old master. Spring is here, and the grass is green and the flowers are blooming. It's just right for me to wear a long dress. Please take a look, your majesty and all the lords. Feng Lu bowed to Li Longji and the other officials generously. The address of Old Master was naturally for Zhang Zhong. After she finished speaking, she started walking in front of everyone. She would turn around or pose, showing the dress she was wearing to others. It's indeed very beautiful. I'll get someone to order a few sets later. All right, Feng Lu you don't have to continue advertising. You're really dedicated. Even when you see me, you didn't forget to promote your spring clothing. Li Longji watched for a while and suddenly realized that he wasn't looking for Fong Lu to buy clothes. He had something important to discuss, so he quickly stopped Fong Lu from performing. "Oh, okay. Your Majesty, you'll get a 20% discount." Fong Lu stopped and stood there, not forgetting to give Li Longji a discount. Yuan Qianyao took over the conversation and asked Fong Lu, have you noticed that garlic has increased in price recently? Fong Lu nodded. Yes. Moreover, as soon as the price was raised, I had my men purchase a lot of garlic from other places and told Uncle Song about it. That's why the Between the Clouds and the Water and the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant don't lack garlic. They'll be able to last until new garlic is harvested. Lu Zhou's Between the Clouds and Seas restaurant won't be affected for now. Yuan Chenyao's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Du Xian, who was standing at the side, stood up and asked, Fong Lu, since you already found out, why didn't you tell us? Did you only tell your master? Do you know how serious your crime is? Why should I tell you? I'm a deacon of the Zhang family, not a deacon of the imperial court. I'll tell you now, children often have runny noses during spring. We've specially made clothes for this. There's a pocket in the front, and there's a tissue in the inside. When the adults see their children's runny noses, they'll be able to find a tissue to wipe it off. It'll be all the rage for a while. Fong Lu looked at Du Xian in confusion. She gestured with her hands and recommended a new product. Du Xian was taken aback by the question. He thought to himself, my children don't need these clothes anymore. What's the use of telling me this? Hence, he asked, it's useless to tell me about this. Then, I'll tell you. Now that the spring river in Gyeonggi province and the surrounding areas has thawed, there'll be plenty of fish. However, the price will still be high. This is because many people are sick of eating other kinds of meat during winter. It's a good opportunity to taste the freshness of fish. I reckon that within a month, the demand for fish will skyrocket. If you want to earn money, you should buy more fish as soon as possible and send your men to catch them. Fong Lu told Du Xian another thing. After Du Xian heard this, he replied, this has nothing to do with meme. All right then. Because the Yellow River has opened up, most of the consumables have been used up due to transportation difficulties in many places. We need to prepare some as soon as possible. When the first transport fleet sets off, we can send them over and make a lot of money. Fong Lu continued to give Du Xian ideas. After the others, including Li Longji, heard this, their eyes lit up. It was indeed as Fong Lu had said. If they really followed her suggestion, they would definitely be able to make a lot of money. There was no empty seat under her great reputation. The mastermind behind the #1 person on the top list was indeed amazing. Just a random idea and there was hope for them to make money. Du Xian was a little tempted. Suddenly, he realized that they were talking about garlic now. It had nothing to do with anything else. He immediately asked, then, what does it have to do with me? I'm asking you about garlic. Fong Lu glanced at Du Xian. You don't think it's okay to talk to you about this now? Back then, when the price of garlic increased, what could you do if I talked to you about garlic? You said that garlic had nothing to do with you. Anyway, you don't eat much garlic. You're in charge of discussing important matters. You didn't mention it, so it has nothing to do with you. However, there are many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's hard for the master to understand, so the servant should think about it first. It's a responsibility. Clouds change constantly. Water is formless. Only after the rain does the master know that the sky is cloudy. It has nothing to do with what you said about opening up the river to transport goods. If I want to do it, I'll transfer the riverboats of the Zhang family and Wang family. If they don't send out the goods, the price of goods up and down the Yellow River will definitely increase. Does it have anything to do with you? Fong Lu's voice grew louder and louder. Du Xian kept retreating. His face was red from the scolding. Especially when Fong Lu mentioned transferring the riverboats of the Zhang family and Wang family to hold the goods, he was shocked. If he really did that, the impact would be greater than the wind logistics. Yu Wenrong saw that Du Xian was at a loss for words. He coughed and said, Miss Fong is indeed extraordinary. The Zhang family and Wang family do put the people's livelihood first. Otherwise, The Tang Empire will definitely be in chaos. I've heard that Miss Fong is smart and knowledgeable in astronomy and geography when she was young. You were even valued and nurtured by the Zhang family and Wang family. Now that I've met you, you live up to your reputation. Official Du is also anxious and has offended you with his words. Please don't blame him. However, now that the price of garlic is increasing, I'm afraid that His Majesty will not stop it. Later on, other things will continue to increase in price. I've called Miss Fong here to ask about a plan. Miss Fong, do you have any ideas? Du Xian looked at Yu Wenrong gratefully and secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He just remembered that Fong Lu-er was not an ordinary girl. She was chosen by the Zhang family and Wang family since she was young and carefully taught. She was no less knowledgeable than him. It was said that she had a photographic memory and was good at calculation. If no one else spoke up for him, he would probably have to apologize to His Majesty after she finished speaking. Zhang Zhong smiled faintly at the side. He was very satisfied with Fong Lu-er and thought to himself, that's right. Let them think that they can do whatever they want just because they're officials. How dare they threaten the Zhang family? Humph, how can the deacons of the Zhang family be so simple? After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong said to Fong Lu-er, since His Majesty asked you to come here and ask about it, tell us if you have any ideas. We can't let the people who hurt our people be proud. Fong Lu-er respected Zhang Zhong more than Li Longji. Without the Zhang family and Wang family, she wouldn't be where she was now. Even if she didn't starve to death, she wouldn't be able to live the life she had now. When she heard Zhang Zhong's words, she bowed respectfully and said, I know that it's Wind Logistics who did this. They used the logistics as a starting point and didn't sell the goods. They also set up a 3-month payment cycle. I've seen the copy of the contract. It says 3 times the payment, but it doesn't say that they have to pay 3 times the amount. In less than 3 months, the new garlic will come out. If the price of the garlic is high, they will sell the goods in advance and then buy cheap new garlic to compensate others. If the price of the garlic is still high, they will use money to compensate. I think that in the end, the price of the garlic will be too high and they will lose money. In this way they can gain a lot of benefits from this. No matter what I do, they will definitely profit from this. Unless the merchants who see the benefits will stop gathering money to buy the garlic, the people will definitely suffer. Can't we stop them? Gao Lishir asked with a frown. Fong Lu-er didn't say anything for a moment. She lowered her head and thought about it. The others looked at her, hoping that she could come up with a good idea. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Moreover, it was a situation where they wanted to suppress it. If they didn't suppress it, they wouldn't have to worry about it. However, everyone was gradually becoming more and more concerned about the economy. If they didn't suppress it, they would definitely be letting the people down. After a while Fong Lu-er raised her head and said helplessly, I can only ask them to stabilize the price at the current level. When the new garlic comes out, they will still be able to make money. As for making them lose money, I can't do it. When the officials heard this, they all looked regretful. What they wanted to see the most was Wind Logistics losing money from this incident. They wanted to see if they still dared to casually make a move. However, even the person who ranked first couldn't think of a way, let alone them. Li Longji glanced at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir said, what's the plan? Order the Tang Bank to lower the collateral fee of the goods as much as possible, and not to lend to Wind Logistics. Also, order the Military Arms Control Department to not collect sulfur in the near future. I investigated when the garlic price was rising. Their deposit was exchanged with silver and sulfur shipped from Japan. Now, they are still holding a lot of goods. As long as the deposit is not enough, other merchants who want to get benefits from it won't dare to let them continue to ship the goods. They will be forced to sell the garlic slowly now and wait for the new garlic to come out before buying the new garlic to compensate. The profit will be slightly lower. Fong Lu-er wanted to mobilize the 2 main departments as soon as she opened her mouth. This was the plan she thought of. Yu Wenrong thought for a moment and asked, then what if they use the garlic, silver, and sulfur themselves to engage in usury in private? If the bank changes the collateral ratio, the private lenders will do their best to lower the price. They won't dare to accept sulfur, but who would dare to give garlic a high collateral price? We can spread the news and let other merchants know that Wind Logistics doesn't have enough funds. Feng Luo replied. Then what if they would rather lower the price and engage in usury? Then go and collect the garlic themselves to raise the price. Yu Wenrong asked again. Feng Luo smiled this time. If they dare to collect the garlic themselves, I will make them suffer losses. Once they directly participate in this business, I have many ways to deal with them. I'm just afraid that they won't interfere. The officials were slightly relieved. They felt that it was good to control the price of the garlic to the current level. When the new garlic came out, the price would naturally fall. As for how the other party would lose money if they directly bought the garlic, there was no need to worry. They thought that Feng Luo had the ability to do what she said. Only Li Longji wasn't happy. He didn't want the current price to be stable, but he wanted Wind Logistics to suffer losses so that they wouldn't dare to make a move again. Thus, he asked Feng Luo hopefully, is there really no way to make them lose money? Feng Luo shook her head regretfully. Your Majesty, I can't think of a good idea at the moment. However, if I tell the young master and he takes action, there definitely won't be a problem. Sigh. Looks like I have to send a message to Xiao Bao. Hopefully, he's not so busy and has time to deal with this matter. Li Longji sighed and looked at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur nodded and was about to send a telegram. At this moment, the little eunuch Luobin rushed in and reported to Li Longji. Your Majesty, the chefs from Savant's restaurant suddenly came. They're just outside the palace, saying that they want to cook for your Majesty. The one leading them is Master Ni, the head chef of the flagship restaurant between the clouds and the water in Tuqiao Village, Sanshui County. Li Longji looked up at the sky. It's still early to noon. Why are they here to cook at this time? He looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was confused. He also didn't know why the chefs from Savant's restaurant were here. If Master Ni wasn't in Savant's restaurant, then when did he come back? Seeing Zhang Zhong's eyes, Li Longji knew that he didn't know either. He asked who sent them here. They said that it was Zhang Jidushi. They said that he could solve your Majesty's problems, Luo Bin replied. Xiao Bao sent them? Solve my problems? I'm thinking of how to deal with Wind Logistics now. Do you think you'll know the solution after eating? Go. Bring them to the Imperial Kitchen. Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was up to, but he still agreed. Your Majesty, they said that they want to cook in front of you at Xingqing Palace, Luo Bin said. Then bring them to Xingqing Palace. Did they bring tools and ingredients? Li Longji agreed according to Zhang Xiaobao's wishes. No, they said to ask the Imperial Kitchen to do it. I'll go arrange it now. Luo Bin didn't need the emperor to tell him to go to the Imperial Kitchen. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They waited for about half an hour. During this time, Li Longji had been talking to Feng Luo. He asked her what he needed to pay attention to since it was the beginning of spring, what kind of goods had the biggest price fluctuation, whether it needed to be suppressed, how the preparations for the clothing exhibition were going, what was strange about making clothes for children, and so on. Feng Luo answered him fluently and emphasized that the most likely problem was in the logistics. She told the emperor not to worry. Zhang family and Wang family would make corresponding adjustments to the daily necessities. As long as others didn't specifically target a certain item to create hype, then according to the law, the price fluctuation would naturally remain within a certain range without the need for Zhang family and Wang family to do anything. Even if someone did something, they didn't need to do anything about the daily necessities, such as canned food and drinks. Of course, condiments like garlic were an exception. Although it wasn't a necessity, many people liked it. As for the price rise of meat, they didn't need to do anything about it. They could still eat other things. As Li Longji and the other officials listened, they realized that there were still many dangerous aspects in Tang. It seemed stable, but in fact, it was constantly changing. It was just that the extent of the changes was within an acceptable range. The only way to control it was to go with the flow and adjust it from the side. Li Longji sighed in his heart. In this era of technology explosion, the country is at its most unstable period. If it weren't for the Zhang family and Wang family controlling the price of daily necessities like salt, tea, oil, cloth, rice, flour, medicine, and so on, there would definitely be merchants taking advantage of the situation to gain a lot of benefits. At that time, the members of the imperial clan and the various clans would also reach out and try to stop the situation when they noticed that something was wrong. However, they wouldn't even be able to kill all of them, and the throne might not be as stable as it is now. From the looks of it, I can only wait for more people to understand technology, for more children to become more knowledgeable and not so easily deceived. After this period of explosion and stabilizing, I won't need the Zhang family and Wang family to worry about controlling the situation. If it weren't for the garlic incident, I wouldn't have thought so much about it. At such a crucial time in Tang, the Zhang family and Wang family are actually doing so silently. Perhaps this is the true meaning of boundless love. No boundless love. They are only loyal to Tang. While Li Longji was thinking about this matter, the others were also thinking about their own matters. It wasn't until Master Ni led the team of cooks to Xingqing Palace that the crowd became lively again. All kinds of cooking tools and ingredients were delivered at the same time. Master Ni and the others had clearly changed their clothes and were probably taking a bath. One was to be clean, and the other was to be afraid that someone would carry poison with them. The officials also understood that the other party didn't bring anything with them because they were afraid that it would be troublesome to check. At this time, Zhang Zhong stepped forward and nodded to the cooks in his family. He didn't stand back, and it seemed that he planned to taste each dish first after it was done. There was no need to check for poison since his cooks couldn't poison him. Master Ni didn't say much. After bowing, he began to organize the people. Those who were in charge of the knife were in charge of changing the knives, those who were in charge of preparing the dishes, and those who were in charge of cooking stood in front of the stove to wash and pick the vegetables. Those who were good with knives took out a set of knives and prepared to carve. Li Longji was looking forward to the taste of the dishes specially sent by Zhang Xiaobao. The eyes of the other officials also lit up. They knew that the cooks in front of them represented the top culinary skills of the chefs between the clouds and the water. Usually, even if they went to between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand, they wouldn't be able to eat. Now that they didn't need to eat, they felt honored just by looking at the lineup. The team led by Master Ni naturally wouldn't let the emperor wait for half an hour before the dishes were served. Not to mention the emperor, even between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand wouldn't let the guests wait for half an hour. The rule was that if the dishes weren't served in half an hour, the next dish would be served free of charge. If the dishes were still not served after the other people finished eating, they would have to deduct a little more from the price of the dishes. Only in this way could the difference between the dishes between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand be reflected. Therefore, the dishes were served faster for the emperor. As soon as the oil was poured into the pot, 2 plates were served. Ginger ice prawns. Other than the simple shredded ginger, there was only ice prawns. There was no vinegar, soy sauce, or any other nonsense. Because the ingredients were all taken from the imperial kitchen, this dish didn't have any special taste. The ice prawns were still ice prawns, and the ginger was still ginger. Li Longji didn't eat it. If he wanted to eat this kind of dish, he could eat it at any time. The second cold dish was clams mixed with scallions. Only a little oyster sauce was sprinkled on top. The third cold dish was cucumber peeled with scallions and sesame sauce. The fourth cold dish was shredded chicken with ginger sauce. Only the shredded ginger was stir-fried with a few other seasonings. The chicken was originally prepared. After the 4 cold dishes were served, the first hot dish was served. Sliced chicken with scallions, bean sprouts, chicken, and a few other supplementary ingredients were served. Only then did Li Longji pick up his chopsticks. Without waiting for Zhang Zhong to taste first, he directly picked up his chopsticks and ate. As soon as the dish entered his mouth, Wei Wei nodded, "Not bad." When the earthy taste of the bean sprouts and the light taste of the chicken are mixed together, it actually became fresh. Adding the scallion oil, it's very appetizing. Everyone try it. When the officials saw the emperor directly eat a mouthful, they couldn't help but glance at Zhang Zhong. The meaning behind their gazes was self-evident. How big of a face did the emperor have to have him eat directly without letting anyone test for poison? Although it was impossible for the chefs to carry poison with them, it was still possible to make poison out of things that counteracted each other. Who didn't know that when someone wanted to send a dish to the emperor, the hot dish would become cold when it entered the emperor's mouth? It seemed that other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally coming to cook, there had never been a time when the emperor immediately picked up his chopsticks. Now, Zhang Zhong was the second person to do so. Zhang Zhong was also very excited.
He was the second person to pick up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't care whether it was delicious or not. He swallowed it as fast as he could. The others also came to taste one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many people invited by Li Longji, so there was enough for each person to take a bite. When the first plate of sliced chicken in scallion oil was finished, the second dish, braised mackerel with scallion and ginger, was also served. Following that, the third dish, shredded pork with sweet noodle sauce, was also immediately served. It was actually shredded pork with sweet noodle sauce, but it wasn't called that yet. From then on, one dish after another was served. Some dishes that took a long time were also prepared and would be served in a while. When it was time to eat the 10th dish, a box filled with a mixture of scallion, beef, and pork was also served as the main dish in front of Li Longji. Li Longji only tasted 2 mouthfuls of each dish and didn't eat more. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat the next dish if he was full. After eating 2 boxes and drinking some wine, when the stir-fried pork ribs with scallion oil were served, Li Longji and the other officials finally discovered the problem. In all of the dishes, whether it was the main ingredient or the supplementary ingredients, there was no garlic. There were scallions, ginger, cloves, and even flowers and spices, but there wasn't a single bit of garlic. Especially in the areas that were affected by the increase in the price of garlic, they found that all the dishes didn't need garlic. Apart from saving some money on garlic, the smart people faintly felt that the increase in the price of garlic was resisted by between the clouds and the water and Bihai Sha. This was not a small matter. Between the clouds and the water was supported by the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanxue County, the provincial governor and deputy provincial governor of Bohai County, and the minister of the Ministry of Works. If they took action, didn't it mean that the current emperor also acquiesced in this matter? Therefore, these smart people immediately started to follow the steps of between the clouds and the water. The dishes made at noon that day made them happy again. Many people who came to eat said that the new dish was good after tasting it. One was novel, and the other was not bad. Who said that one had to use garlic to cook? Feng Xiaozhenger and Yamamoto Yuji also tasted the new dish at noon on the 5th floor of Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant. When the waiter specially introduced that the new dish didn't need garlic, Feng Xiaozhenger was stunned, and Yamamoto Yuji was dumbfounded. It's over. I said that this won't work. It's only been a few days, and Zhang Xiaobao already knows. Feng Qiao, hurry up and sell the garlic. If you sell it now, when the new garlic is sold, you can buy it to compensate others. We can earn less. Yamamoto was in a daze for a while, and then he advised Feng Xiaozhenger, who was still stunned, with a pale face. Yamamoto Yuji's expression was not good either. It was not the first time that he and Yamamoto had fought with Zhang Xiaobao, but every time they fought, they would suffer losses. There was also the people of Xinlua. Just look at the Chamber of Commerce that was trapped in Chongning. As long as they encountered Zhang Xiaobao, they would not have a good time. Feng Xiaozhenger was stunned for a while, and then he looked at Yamamoto Yuji and asked, Zhang Xiaobao is so free to care about the price of garlic? Was he targeting merchants specifically? As long as a businessman finds something that can make money, he will definitely stop it? No, definitely not. Yamamoto shook his head. He doesn't care about normal business matters, but he is against any business that has a deceptive nature, especially those that affect people's lives. As for other aspects, he doesn't care. It's up to whoever can make money. But, as long as someone wants to make salt, grain, silk, medicine, oil and other things, he will definitely persuade them. If he can't persuade them, he will immediately use thunderous means. Then he didn't persuade us. Feng Xiaozhenger argued. Because we are not from the Tang Empire. What he hates the most is people from other countries around the Tang Empire coming to find trouble with them. It is said that he has endless things to do all day long, and he is unwilling to waste his energy on this aspect. So once he encounters someone, he will very firmly let them know what can be done and what cannot be done. Oh, I heard that he has a special training class that he will teach personally. Even if they can't meet, they will communicate through letters. Those people should still be learning, and when they learn his skills, he will let them go. Yamamoto Yuji and I also signed up and spent a lot of money to sign up. In the end, we found out that Zhang Xiaobao will only teach people who are loyal to the Tang Empire.
Before he started teaching there was a test. Yamamoto Yuji and I didn't expect that it was arranged by him, so we were eliminated. Yamamoto Yuji said to Feng Qiao. He was very angry when he thought of what had happened in the past. What test? Feng Qiao Zhenger was puzzled. Yamamoto had never told him this before. It's a test of loyalty. Some people will be found by others and arranged for their families to be sent to other places. They will also give them many benefits. After they finish learning, they will secretly write down the knowledge that isn't very important to them. In the end, all those who agree to it will be eliminated. Yamamoto Yuji explained one of the tests, and Yamamoto Yuji continued. There is also a case where a person sent by a certain prince will be given a high position, but that person will have to help the prince do 3 things. The prince will guarantee the safety of the person and his family, but those who agree to it will still be eliminated. There is also a case where the person who wants to learn is told to write down what he has learned. If he doesn't do it, he and his family will be harmed. Those who are afraid are eliminated again. In the end, they regret it when they find out that the family of those who want to learn is protected by the 10,000 cavalry battalion. There is no need to worry about them. Feng Qiao Zhenger understood and asked Yamamoto Yuji, "What about you guys? How were you eliminated?" As Yamamoto Yuji and Yamamoto Yuji looked at each other and sighed. Sigh, we were found by the people of Shinlua. They said that they are also learning. Maybe everyone is learning something different. When the time comes, we will share it with each other and learn from each other. Yamamoto Yuji and I thought it was right. When the time comes, we will try our best not to share the good knowledge with the people of Shinlua. Oh! Feng Qiao Zhenger understood and suddenly asked with interest. Then help me think of a way. I will definitely pass the test if I learn it. It's too late. It's only one world. I don't know when the next world will be. It's better to think about the current situation. It's probably not easy to sell garlic anymore. Yamamoto was worried again. Feng Qiao Zhenger also returned to reality. He lowered his head and looked at the dishes on the table. He tried to think of a way. He didn't believe that he would lose so quickly and so easily. A few dishes between the clouds and the water had ruined his plan. There must be another way. Yamamoto Yuji and Yamamoto Yuji also wanted to help, but when they considered that their opponent was Zhang Xiaobao, they were confused. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaobao was invincible. If they didn't want to be fooled, the best way was to not interact with him. Otherwise, it would definitely not end well. Now that they didn't want to interact with him, but he still came looking for them. As long as more people recognized other seasonings, garlic would not be able to sell at a high price. Feng Qiao Zhenger was like a newborn calf. He was full of fighting spirit. He was unwilling to admit defeat. After thinking for a quarter of an hour, he smiled and asked Yamamoto Yuji confidently, "Do you think garlic is really bad?" "Of course not. Garlic is still delicious when eaten together with meat. But it's useless for us to understand. Nowadays, many restaurants don't cook dishes with garlic. It's useless for people to be picky. I know this. The power of trends in economics is also the role of brands. Zhang Xiaobao has between the clouds and the water. That's enough." Yamamoto shook his head, but he still couldn't think of a way. Yamamoto Yuji was worried. "Feng Qiao, don't you understand? Zhang Xiaobao doesn't want to use administrative means to deal with us. Otherwise we will be doomed. For example, he will order the Tang Bank to not give us any loans. For example, he will ask the government to strictly investigate and hoard. Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, it will be too late. You don't understand Zhang Xiaobao. He is using food to suppress us. Soon, he will use other methods. Really, I'm not lying to you." Just as they were talking, the waiter knocked on the door and came in. "Sirs, our shop is taking advantage of the beginning of spring to launch a very cheap nourishing medicinal diet. We choose ordinary-looking medicinal herbs and combine them with special craftsmanship. The medicinal diet will strengthen the body and strengthen the body. Please try it, but remember not to eat it together with garlic." After the waiter finished speaking, he left the medicinal cuisine. Yamamoto pointed at the medicinal cuisine and said to Feng Qiao Zhenger, "Feng Qiao, did you see that? Zhang Xiaobao's second hand is out. I estimate that it won't be long before these dishes and medicinal cuisines reach ordinary people's homes. The waiter just said that the herbs are easy to find, which means that it's not expensive. Feng Xiaozheng's expression became serious. He felt that he had finally met his opponent, and that was Zhang Xiaobao. As for whether Zhang Xiaobao treated him as an opponent, he didn't think about it. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the medicinal cuisine. He didn't know if it was because it tasted good, or if it was really good, or if it was just his imagination, but in any case, he approved of it. After swallowing the food and putting down his chopsticks, Feng Xiaozhenger said to Yamamoto and Yamamoto, "It's impossible for Tang not to eat garlic forever. Even if it's a few months, it's impossible. The current situation is fake. Zhang Xiaobao is deliberately using this to force us to sell the garlic ahead of time. But I definitely can't sell it. If I sell it, I will lose money. Don't just think about the 3 times compensation and the current price of the garlic. When we pawned the goods, the price was not the real price. Whether it was the Great Tang Bank or private loans, our silver and sulfur can only get 2/3 of the money. In addition to the money we spent on hiring people and public relations, if we sell it now, for every kilogram of garlic sold, we will lose 2 taels of garlic. We are here to make money, not lose money." Yamamoto nodded vigorously to show that he understood. "Feng Qiao, I understand. But if we don't sell it now, we will lose more than 2 taels of garlic. Then don't sell it. Continue to find people to pawn the silver and sulfur. Also, collect the garlic and give them 5 times the compensation. But the compensation period will be half a year. Show those merchants our silver and sulfur and tell them that within 3 months, a large amount of silver will be shipped from Japan." Feng Xiaozhenger said confidently, as if he already had the victory in his hands. "But no silver will be delivered in 3 months, Yamamoto said. They don't know. Even if it doesn't work, we have to bribe the relevant people and make them believe us. Go do it. Trust me, we won't lose." Feng Xiaozhenger looked at Yamamoto and Yamamoto seriously with a firm gaze. If it was in the past, his gaze and belief would have been useful, but not now. Yamamoto smacked his lips and shook his head. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But this time, it's Zhang Xiaobao. I won't count on him." The 3 of them didn't enjoy the meal at all, even though the chef at Between the Clouds and the Water was very good. As soon as the 3 of them left the restaurant, they split up. Feng Xiaozhenger went to deal with the matter of increasing the compensation by 5 times. Yamamoto arranged the transportation of the goods, and Yamamoto was in charge of the public relations. They wanted to get more money to operate. Feng Xiaozhenger's work went very smoothly. As soon as he said that the compensation would be increased by 5 times, many merchants began to buy the garlic and gradually increased the purchase price. Yamamoto didn't have much to do. He just had to hide the garlic and find a dry place that didn't lack water. The mountain temple was not easy to deal with. He had just eaten and had to find people to eat and drink. He also had to bribe people with money. Even so, the people did not relent. This was because the people who had lent him money had found out that Zhang Xiaobao had made a move. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaobao was a godlike existence. Who would dare to give money to the wind when he was involved? Even Zhang Xiaobao didn't consider this. He only needed to use his reputation to crush Feng Xiaozhenger. His plan was still in progress. Chapter 872. Amidst the anticipation and prayers of the people who were preparing for the spring plowing, the warm current from the Pacific Ocean finally broke through the layers of obstacles and toured most of the Great Tang. Jiangnan Eastern Circuit's Hangzhou Prefecture calls. The water level in Qiantang Lake has risen but is within control. Jiangnan Eastern Circuit's Suzhou Prefecture calls. The water level in Lake Tai has exceeded the warning line. Requesting for reinforcements. Jiangnan Western Circuit's Poyang Prefecture calls. The water level in Pengxin Lake has risen. The wind is strong and the waves are strong. Jiangnan Eastern Circuit's June Prefecture calls. A section of Zhoushan County, a tributary of the Han River, has broken its dam. The people in the county are being evacuated. The cause of the breach has been found to be due to the embezzlement of the county magistrate of Jushan County. 200,000 yuan for repairing the dam has been detained and has been sent to the capital. Jingji Prefecture's Ningzhou Prefecture calls. In a private room in Savant's restaurant, Li Longji was tasting the new dishes while listening to Gao Lisher's report. Since the invention of telegrams, the transmission of information was many times faster than before. It was very convenient. As long as something happened in the country, telegrams could be used to report and issue orders. Li Longji listened carefully. When he heard that the rivers and lakes were stable, he happily ate a boiled clam. This season was the best time for clams to grow meat but not shells. After spitting out the sand, the clams were fat, fresh, and tender. When he heard that there was a breach due to improper management or embezzlement, Li Longji put down his chopsticks with a gloomy expression. After Gao Lisher finished reporting some of the important situations, Li Longji pushed the plate of clams away and stopped eating. He sat there sulking. Deal with it strictly. Especially the embezzling officials. I want them to be alive to earn but not to spend it. How's the monitoring of the military equipment going? Your Majesty, all the weapon parts are wrapped in oil paper. There's no need to worry about getting wet. However, the old grain in some places may become moldy. I think it's going to be used to brew wine. There's good news. The construction of the train is almost complete. The tracks are being laid now. It's estimated that it can be tested in the capital in mid-summer. Gao Lisher also hated corrupt officials very much. He remembered the emperor's order and mentioned something that made people happy. Good. I heard from Xiao Bao that there's a train. As long as we're willing to spend money to build it, it'll only take half a month to travel from the capital to Luzhou. It can carry people and goods. Where are Xiao Bao and the others? Li Longji imagined the big picture that Zhang Xiaobao had painted for him. Suddenly, he realized that there had been no news of Zhang Xiaobao in the last few days. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao should have been busy with the disasters in the Great Tang. There had been no news of him sending reinforcements from Jushan district. Your Majesty, last night, Xiaobao called and said that he would be staying in Sanshui County for a few days. He said that he had a seed that he wanted to personally guide the locals in their cultivation. Also, Mo Jilian and the others will not immediately enter the capital. The 200,000 some Turkic people have already been sent to various places. Some are still on the way while others have already arrived. Gao Lisher hurriedly replied, meaning that Zhang Xiaobao was very busy and had no time to deal with the disaster relief. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. In the past, Xiao Bao and the others had a convenient information network, so he was always in charge of disaster relief. Now that we have a telegram, we naturally shouldn't let him continue to be in charge. To be able to live in such an environment around the flagship store between the clouds and the water, in Xiao Bei's opinion, was true wealth. The most direct way to make her feel that wealth was reflected in the tradition that Zhuangzi had always maintained. In every small pavilion along the corridor, there were prepared cooking utensils. No matter how the seasons changed, if one wanted to eat, one did not have to go into the house. There was a dedicated person in charge of watching the charcoal burning area. Once there, one could take out the red charcoal fire and find a pavilion to eat. The last time she came, she was still young and could not do it herself. Now that she felt that she was older and could do a lot of things, she brought a few members of the children's regiment to get charcoal and began to eat. Sometimes, they would run to one pavilion to cook. Sometimes, they would go to another pavilion to see if the food was ready. Fortunately, the members of the children's regiment were children from Zhuangzi. Otherwise, if Xiao Bei ran around like this, she would definitely get lost. This is for you. Xiao Bei did not eat much and only wanted to cook. In the end, she found that she had cooked too much and could not bear to throw it away. She put it on a plate and gave it to the Turks one by one. Fortunately, Xiao Bei did not like to eat meat and only cooked vegetables. They would not get old after a long time and could be eaten. In addition, the Turks were also tired of eating meat. Since Xiao Bei gave it to them, they ate it and did not waste it. At the same time, they were full of interest in this maze-like Zhuangzi. Kei Tuqin, the left virtuous prince who was in charge of the army, ate a plate of tofu skin one after another. He yearned for the winding corridors in Zhuangzi, especially when he heard that this Xueqi could provide food at any time regardless of whether it was cold or summer. He compared it to his own tribe and was very envious. As he ate and looked, he habitually regarded this place as a place to attack. The scenery in his eyes gradually turned into a place to attack and defend. He began to think about where to enter when he attacked and how to defend against the defenders. He did not know if he did not think about it, but when he thought about it, he was shocked. He found that no matter which direction he attacked from in Xueqi, he would have to face a fan-shaped defensive fortification. The small buildings that looked scattered actually took care of all angles. From the outside, it looked like it was all buildings and fields, but the area surrounded by the small buildings could be used to mobilize manpower and supplies at any time. The platforms used for people to play between the clouds and the water to stand at a high place to watch the scenery were clearly arrow towers. Here, try this. Xiao Bei carried another plate of food and put it in front of Xueqi. Xueqi was stunned when he saw the food. It was too big, so he looked at Xiao Bei in confusion. Xiao Bei quickly introduced, "It's a big skewer. The outermost layer is dried tofu, the middle layer is cabbage, and the innermost layer is eggplant. I rolled it myself. I washed my hands. Who doesn't wash their hands after eating like you? It's not cooked yet, right?" Xueqi did not want to refuse Xiao Bei's enthusiasm, but when he saw that the cabbage was still straight, he could not help but feel puzzled, so he asked, "This thing can be eaten raw. If it's rolled too big, the outer layer of dried tofu will break. It's not like you haven't eaten raw before. Beef and mutton, don't you all eat raw? If you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself." Xiao Bei looked like he was treating the thing he rolled as a treasure and reasoned with Xueqi. Xueqi hesitated and felt that he should not have an upset stomach after eating it. He gritted his teeth and took the plate to eat. He was really afraid that Xiao Bei would eat it himself. If he had an upset stomach, Zhang Xiaobao would torture him. While eating, Xueqi continued to look at the arrangement of Xueqi. Xiao Bei was very happy when he saw that Xueqi had eaten. He asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at whether your family can defend Xueqi if it's attacked," Xueqi said vaguely as he ate. Xiao Bei understood. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Brother and sister said that unless we use the Tang Empire's cannons to attack from a distance, we will kill as many people as they come. Once someone comes close, they will face a three-dimensional crossfire attack. The people lying in ambush at the various firing points can shoot out the firepower of a machine gun with a single shot. If too many people come, they will set up cannons. There are no blind spots in Xueqi. There are also two kinds of tactics. One is mine warfare, and the other is, why do I have to tell you everything? Do you want to attack our family Xueqi? I'll tell my brother." As Xiao Bei spoke, he suddenly realized something and turned around to look for his brother. Xueqi hurriedly reached out and gently pulled Xiao Bei back. He ate the rest of the food on the plate as fast as he could and said, "It's so delicious. Is there more?" "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it's this cabbage and eggplant rolled with dried tofu. I'll make it for you now. Wait for me." Xiao Bei seemed to have forgotten that he wanted to look for his brother. He turned around and went back to work. Xiao Yuan followed behind and reminded him, "Aren't you going to tell your brother?" "What should I say? That he wants to attack our family Xueqi? Where is he?" Xiao Bei asked. "Then just now I saw that there were too many cabbages and couldn't finish them. You don't like them, so I gave them to him. Actually, I know that he doesn't like them either. If I didn't say that I was going to look for my brother, would he stop me? How stupid." Xiao Bei spread out a piece of cabbage and placed the eggplant in it. He even stuffed the cabbage foam into it and rolled it slowly. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and looked at Xiao Bei carefully, as if he had just met him. "What are you looking at? Come and help me. Today's cabbages have to be eaten. Otherwise, they will wilt overnight. Even pigs don't like to eat them." Xiao Bei urged in a dissatisfied tone. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that his sister was scheming against him. He continued to talk to Mog, who wanted to sleep. "After you are appointed as an official in the capital, I will arrange a place for you. You will be responsible for planting pasture. It's easier than planting rice. You will feed the horses. If there are any leftovers,
You will feed the sheep. You can't let the sheep eat it directly. It will dig the roots. You can choose a place yourself. Don't be too far away from the capital. Okay. Mog nodded his head slowly. In order to have a good rest and divert Zhang Xiaobao's attention, he asked, "Is the garlic problem solved?" "Otherwise, we would all be drenched," Yamamoto replied. "No, we have to make the price of garlic rise. Is there any other way to get money? Damned rainy days." Windy Bridge Shoji began to complain about the weather. "There is. Rumor has it that the Great Tang Bank wants to limit the use of silver as collateral, but for some reason, it hasn't been implemented. It's just that the price has been lowered. It's said that there has been too much silver recently, and the market has adjusted automatically. It should be because the loan shark sent the silver to the bank as collateral to get more money. I think that a few days ago, someone wanted to use the bank to restrict us, but later found that it was not good to do so, so they didn't implement it. It's just a rumor. I think that Zhang Xiaobao must have given the order to not allow the bank to directly participate in non-pure financial activities." Yamamoto was in charge of this matter, so he was very familiar with this matter. Windy Bridge Shoji laughed contemptuously. "Zhang Xiaobao is a fool. If I were him, I would use all the resources I could to restrict my opponent, even the administrative aspects. He actually didn't allow it." Yamamoto was unhappy. If he said that Zhang Xiaobao was a fool, then wouldn't he be even more foolish after losing several times? He continued Windy Bridge Shoji's words. "Zhang Xiaobao is not a fool. He just doesn't want to do that. In the book he wrote, the part that was leaked is not important. It mentioned that unless there is no other way, one should use administrative orders to solve the economic crisis. Otherwise, it will lead to confusion in the government and increase the dependence of the government on administrative orders. It will unknowingly cause the government to be unable to distinguish between business and government, and it will cause the officials to be too involved in economic matters. It will cause the officials to privately use their power to obtain business benefits that they shouldn't have. Then why does his family do such a big business? He is the Bohai provincial governor. Look at the northern part of Hebei province. How many businesses does his family have?" Windy Bridge Shoji snorted. Yamamoto was speechless. Yamamoto was at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, he said, "Perhaps he will give it up in the future? It's useless to talk about it. The main thing is that he must be involved in the garlic business now. We have to be careful and not be careless. Otherwise, even the bones will be eaten by him. I don't care if he's involved or not. We have to make the price of garlic rise. Mortgage all the remaining silver to the Great Tang Bank and order our people to buy garlic at a higher price. There are still 2 months until the new garlic arrives. During this time, the price of garlic will definitely rise to 50 coins per caddy." Windy Bridge Shoji couldn't count on others, so he could only take the risk and buy it himself. He hoped that the Great Tang's imperial court would not consider garlic as a necessity and accuse them of hoarding. Yamamoto couldn't think of a better idea. Seeing that Windy Bridge Shoji insisted, they gritted their teeth and agreed. Yamamoto transported about 600,000 strings of silver to the Great Tang Bank in Luoyang. According to the ratio of 3-to-1, they exchanged for more than 200,000 strings of silver and distributed it to the Japanese people all over the country. They started to buy the garlic. As soon as he started, before Zhang Xiaobao gave the order, Feng Lu reacted first. She sent out telegrams one after another, ordering all the industries that belonged to Xin Air to transfer the funds. She couldn't wait for this day to come. Because the money had to be sent to the Japanese people all over the country, they couldn't send it to those that were too far away. The distance to buy the garlic was limited to within half a month. The news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. Mo Jilian was also very interested in this matter. He specifically looked for Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Zhang Xiaobao, someone is making a move. Aren't you going to do anything?" "If they don't buy the garlic personally, I will. Since they have come to this step, they don't need me anymore. I'll send the garlic from Huainan province to lead the way. The others will take care of the rest. It saves a lot of trouble."
Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He didn't expect that Windy Bridge Shoji would dare to make such a risky move and was finally forced to this step. After all, the people of Wind Logistics didn't consider the weather. Mo Jilian didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao didn't do anything. He was even more curious and asked, "Then you'll just watch them do it? You'll know when the time comes. The Tang Empire is no longer the Tang Empire of the past. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let's not have lunch in Zhuangzi today. I'll go to the school to take a look. The rain is heavy these few days. I'll see if the school has taken the school into consideration." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the cattle in the field and said to Mo Jilian, "What should we eat today?" Mo Jilian didn't understand. "Stew. Add more ginger slices. It's best if it's beef stewed with radish. I've tasted it before. It's bitter." "You didn't peel the radish when you stewed it." "Of course it's bitter." "Huh? Peel it?" Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, there was no need for him to do anything. Windy Bridge Shoji's fate was already decided. Just as Feng Lu used Xionaire's property to attack, the other businessmen followed suit. Luoyang City. Thunder Logistics Group. The owner, Li Changfeng, ranked 16th on the list of billionaires, immediately called for an emergency meeting as soon as he received the news from Wind Logistics. Then, a transportation team of nearly 30,000 people started to move around Hunan. Suzhou Prefecture. Splendid Grocery. The owner, Gu Yunfei, ranked 24th on the list of billionaires, took out 600,000 yuan at the last minute and used it regardless of success or failure. Jiannan Prefecture. Izhou Prefecture. Wanlu Trading. The owner, Dong Long, ranked 71st on the list of billionaires, received a telegram from Kai Feng's office. He was authorized to use Wanlu Trading shares as collateral and get 800,000 yuan from Kai Feng's Tang Bank as proof. He was to transfer the money to Sichuan branch to buy garlic on the spot and send it to Luoyang by water. Jiangnan West Prefecture. Yuezhou Lake. Dongting Fishery. The owner, Yang Yang, ranked 19th on the list of billionaires, immediately ordered the fleet that transported fish and prawns to the capital to quickly move out and clean the ships. Along the way, he looked for merchants who wanted to transport garlic and waited in Luoyang for other things to come back. Hadong Prefecture, Fen Prefecture. Shannon Prefecture. Guanyi Prefecture. In this way, one by one, people in the prefecture took action. It was as if they had a tacit understanding. Those who took action were all in the top 100 of the list of billionaires. Feng Qiao Shoji would never have thought that his decision to buy garlic in person because he was worried that it would spoil due to the humidity and make it difficult to travel would attract so many people to attack him. It was not because of how much money he had. Including the garlic in his hand, he only had 300,000 strings of cash. Anyone in the top 100 of the list of billionaires would have more money than him. Many businessmen in Tang looked down on his methods. If someone in the top 100 of the list of billionaires wanted to do this, it would create a bigger wave than Feng Qiao Shoji. However, they did not dare to do it. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would take action. Another reason was that they had a tacit understanding. They did not want to mess up the economic environment of Tang. Originally, there were already people who wanted to take action against Wind Logistics. However, they did not know how to disrupt the logistics compensation plan. At the same time, they were also worried that they would disturb Zhang Xiaobao. Therefore, they were waiting. Now, they finally saw the opportunity and learned a lot from it. It turned out that the simplest way was to change the eating habits of the people in a short time. Then, they would pay off all the deposits and wait for the rain to come. The rest was to force Wind Logistics to buy the garlic personally. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to teach them. The businessmen all knew how to deal with it. That was to raise the price of the garlic and increase the cost when Wind Logistics bought the garlic. At the same time, they would sell the garlic to Wind Logistics at a higher price. If Wind Logistics did not buy the garlic, they would sell the garlic at a lower price. Wind Logistics could not afford to do that. They could only take out money to buy the garlic. If they did not buy the garlic now, they would wait for the new garlic to be sold. Then, these people would raise the price of the new garlic. If they bought the garlic now, the price would not go up. Even if they bought the garlic in the end, they would have to pay for it. If they did not take money, they would have to buy the garlic. However, Not many of the previous garlic would be preserved by then. If they wanted to minimize losses, they had to sell the garlic before it went bad and the price was still high. If they sold the garlic at a high price now, they would lower the price so that the garlic in their hands could not be sold at a high price. When the price was low, they would be a foodie. When the time came, most of the garlic would have gone bad, and the new garlic would be sold at a high price. Windy Bridge Shoji was dumbfounded by the method of using money. He knew that if he insisted, the other party would also pay for it. However, there were so many people. If each of them paid a little, he would lose everything. He could not do that. Windy Bridge Shoji knew that this was a conflict of interest. He was so scared that he did not dare to buy the garlic anymore. He was thinking about how to preserve the garlic he bought for as long as possible. However, he found that he did not have a good idea. If the quantity was small, he could do something. The problem was that there were too many of them. If he wanted to preserve them for a long time, he would need other things to increase the cost. They are really bullying me. They just want to compare their losses with me because they see that I have to pay a few times more. I hope they will stop and let me get back my money. I will think of a way to sell the garlic in the future. At this time, even the gods will not be able to save the situation. Windy Bridge Shoji said to Yamamoto and Yamamoto, who were also worried. It seemed that he was looking for an excuse for his failure. After all, the other party was too strong. If it were other people, they might agree with him, but Yamamoto and Yamamoto definitely did not. Yamamoto sighed and said, Zhang Xiaobao not only calculated our capital, but also the changes in the weather and other people's thoughts. This time, he did not continue to do it himself. Windy Bridge Kuan, hurry up and sell the garlic. We will accept the loss and collect as much money as we can. Let's first get 3 times the value of the garlic. So what if he continues to do it? Isn't it the same as now? Windy Bridge Shoji was not convinced. Like now? Windy Bridge Kuan, you are dreaming. If Zhang Xiaobao continues to do it, we will have to pay. He will not bet with us like other merchants. You have not fought with him personally, so you don't know how powerful he is. Seeing that Windy Bridge Shoji was not going to admit defeat, Yamamoto glared at him and scolded him. Yamamoto also nodded and said, That's right. Zhang Xiaobao can't be judged by common sense. Not to mention other things, even if he was in our position, he would be able to turn the tide. With the same capital and the same capital, he will not lose. He definitely has a way to make money in this situation. Otherwise, why do you think the merchants of Tang are so honest? When they do business, they follow the rules. All the merchants of Tang follow Zhang Xiaobao's code of conduct. If the price is high, they will lower it. If the price is low, they will raise it. They are afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. They know the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's anger. Even if they work together, they will not be able to defeat him. I don't believe it. I don't believe that Zhang Xiaobao is so powerful. Windy Bridge Shoji shouted. Yamamoto shook his head and sighed. There were many people who didn't believe it back then. That person from Tubo was able to enter the top 10 of the list, and he even hid his strength. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fighting outside, he made a move and thought that he could injure Jiannan. What was the result? A letter sent to Zhang Xiaobao allowed Zhang Xiaobao to discover the problem. Then, he controlled that person from 1,000 miles away. Not only did that person lose all his capital, but Zhang Xiaobao also took the opportunity to destroy that person. That's right. Yamamoto continued. After that, Yamamoto and I didn't believe it. We came up with a plan to sell silver and rice. In the end, we lost. We couldn't accept it and plotted to enter his research site. We came up with the ginseng formula and bought a lot of cement. After that, all the money was lost. The people from Xinlua didn't believe it and insisted on going to Chongning to cheat Li Sun's brother, Li Yu. Li Yu went to Xinsai to borrow money from his brother and met Zhang Xiaobao. When he returned, the people from Xinlua lost all their money. Now they are still trapped and working for him for free. Later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to Jili province. However, they didn't believe it and traded with Zhang Xiaobao. If you ask me, Bam 9. You made it?
You made 2-9 in a row. Now it's my turn, right? Fine, you're good. 2 rounds. You cheated me twice. Another round. Are you going to cheat again? How would I know that he has 2-8? If you ask me, Zhang Xiaobao definitely won't let us pay. If you don't believe me, just watch. His methods are unpredictable. 2 cheaters. Bam, I didn't use 2 cheaters this time. I didn't mean to give you a buy again. I definitely won't play again next time. You don't have many cards in your hand. Why bother? Opponent, it's your turn. Can you play a 9? Me? Fine, I'll play. Oh sorry, I won. Thank you everyone. You 3 play by yourselves. I'm going to watch them play Pai Gao. I can't afford to be angry. You paid for 2 cheaters. I owe you. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.